Hello everybody, this is the thejonnymar, and welcome to my next Let's Play. It was a dark and stormy night. Oh man. Jeez. Poor Link. I'm gonna be playing my second favorite game in the Legend of Zelda series. And who is this? She can move pretty fast. That looks like Link. Well, at least she's not just poking him with a stick. Huh. Welcome to The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. As you can tell, I am playing the original Game Boy version. They did do a remake of this called The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX version, which is for the Game Boy Color. And I never actually got that version or played through it. It's basically the same, except they improved the color palette and also added a special dungeon that was exclusive to that version of the game. But since this is the version I've played, it's the one I will be playing through. And since it's a Legend of Zelda game, I'm gonna name my character Zelda? No, I'm not. But I just wanted to show you guys that, see that the music actually changes if you do that. I'm gonna name my character Link, of course, and we're gonna get right into this game. Tossing and turning in bed. That seems to be a common theme in the Legend of Zelda games around this time period. Marin, huh? Guess you kinda look like Zelda. Koholint Island. Interesting. Really? Well, I guess evil just follows me around since I'm the legendary hero. Who's this guy? He's got a hell of an accent. Terran. Yeah, how did you know my name? Ah, it was on my shield. Well, that's nice. So, we can use this to push enemies out of the way and, of course, defend ourselves. And unique to this game, we can actually change items out to our A and B button. So that allows us to equip multiple items at once and actually... actually allows us to not necessarily have the sword equipped if we don't want to. And we don't even have a sword yet, so that's what we're actually going to get. We're gonna head back down to the beach and use our shields to keep ourselves from being harmed by these spikies. Otherwise, obviously we wouldn't be able to advance. There's our sword. Let's just grab and what the heck is that? A human-sized owl that can speak. Okay, video game. We'll just write it off to that. So we have to wake up something called the windfish in order to get off of this island. And this overly talkative owl wants us to head north to the mysterious forest. But first, a little fanfare. Yeah, there we go. We are officially ready to start on our journey. Now that we have the bare essentials of any adventurer, a sword and a shield, both at level 1. Which of course makes you wonder if we can upgrade those or not, and we will see as this adventure progresses. So this is a fantastic game. It's actually the second game in the series that I played. I didn't play the original Legend of Zelda until much later. And so this was my second experience with Link and this top-down look. So I have a lot of great memories of this game. This guy again. I'm just doing what you told me to do. I'm naive like that. I just do what people tell me to do. Huh. Well, it's definitely going to be difficult if you're going to come and talk to me excessively every couple of screens. The Tail Cave, huh? Well, that is indeed our first dungeon that we have to go through. But first, in order to unlock it, we need to find a key, which is actually in this mysterious forest. So we're going to go around, and those of you that have watched my Link to the Past LP, I don't tend to overly kill enemies, so I'll be dodging a lot. Alright, new item to this game, the Guardian Acorn. Reduces your damage by, jeez, almost got hit by that spear, by half. And here's a random raccoon. Sensitive to dust or powder. What are you gonna do to me? That's where we are right now. Our little map here, and if you did miss what the owl said, you can always recheck it. Oh, you bastard. So he sent us far away. If you're lacking in hearts, there's actually a big fairy here to heal you. But we need to find a way past that raccoon. And he did mention that he is sensitive to dust or powder. So that makes me think that we need to find either dust or powder. Now these cracked areas do fall if you stay on them for too long of a period, so try to stay in motion. And we get our first treasure chest filled with rupees. Very nice. So long, suckers. Now, we can't get that heart piece yet. We need to get an item later in the game, but we'll be back for that shortly. Alright, here's a mushroom. Or toadstool. Not a big mushroom fan. My family actually likes to get them on pizza, and I always have to pick them off. Not really a veggie person in general. So it's not just mushrooms, if that qualifies as a veggie, because it's more of a fungus. Alright, so we need to find a way to convert this toadstool into powder. Ugh. Jerk. And those of you that have played other Zelda games, you may know that usually we have to find a witch of some sort to do that. So, fortunately, by heading to the east here, we will find one. How the heck are we supposed to get that? Well, there must be a way. In due time, viewers. In due time. And here's our witch. So, give her the toadstool. And she will mix us up some magic powder. In a jiffy indeed. Now this takes the place of the lamp from Link to the Past. So we actually will use this to light the little pedestals that give off light. As you can see. And of course we can use it for other effects on bushes and enemies, for example. So let's try it on this guy. He gets the little glasses. And with our magic powder, we should be able to take out that raccoon that was in our way. So let's head back towards him. Oh. That's actually a good power-up. I don't usually get the Guardian Acorn just because, well, I don't like the music that comes along with it. And the damage in this game isn't terrible. So basically, it's kind of a waste of time to get it. And I like the regular music, so I tend to avoid it. Now, the piece of power, which was the little triangle, that's worthwhile. Because that increases your speed by 2. We're going to sprinkle this on the raccoon. Jeez. And the piece of power also increases your battle power by 2. Ah, it was Terran. So that's why you shouldn't be using mushrooms that you find laying around. Alright, and here's our tail key. Now we can access the first dungeon. Let's head to it. Ugh, nope. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that incredibly obvious information. Wonderful owl. Die! Too fast for me. So before we head down to the Tail Cave, though, we do have some side questing to do. Now, there are only 8 dungeons in this game, unlike Link to the Past, for example, which had 10 plus Ganon's Tower. And so basically the way they compensate for that, as we jump into the abyss here to get a heart piece, is they add in a lot of side quests in between dungeons. So you'll end up doing a lot of little things, errands for characters in the game, etc., as a way to compensate for the less dungeons. And now that we have enough rupees, I'm going to head into this shop here, which is actually a minigame called the Trendy Game. So you have to spend 10 rupees in order to activate the crane. So let's give it a shot. Now we want that Yoshi doll in the middle. Cute little guy. And one of the many crossovers in this game. You're going to see a lot of Mario-related items and characters and etc. You may have noticed the Chomp Chomp already that almost bit our face off earlier. But this item begins a very long and extended trading sequence. And it's in our sub-menu now. And to the north here is another little side quest and collectible we can get. The Secret Seashell. So these are scattered throughout the world, and I'm going to be showing off the locations of all of them. And of course, getting all of the heart pieces, and basically, poor chicken. We'll be back for you, don't worry. Basically everything about this game that I know, I will be showing to all of you. Papale. And somehow you know you're going to get lost in the hills later. Interesting. I guess. I kind of liked it, but in the interest of this trading quest, let's do it. We get a ribbon. So what would want a ribbon? Any ideas? Uh-oh. Another flying rooster. Wonder if that's going to come into play. Well, he was a raccoon. And I would imagine transforming takes a lot out of you. So you're a singer, huh? Ballad of the Windfish. Oh, that's a nice tune. See you later. So we have another heart piece we can pick up by heading north here and doing a fishing minigame. And I think this is actually the first game in the series that introduced the fishing aspect. But I didn't play Zelda too much, so I'm not sure if it's in that game. So, pretty standard. Press the button to cast, and then use left and right to attract the fish, and then reel them in with your main button. You don't want to catch the little ones, they're not worth much, only 5 rupees. But what we want is that big one down in the bottom right corner, because that one's worth 20 rupees and also has a heart piece inside of it. So let's see if we can get it without getting these little ones again. Yes. Come on, buddy. Bam. Nice. Well, that went a lot quicker than usual. Usually I have to catch all 3 of the little runts before I'm able to get that one. So net gain of about 18 rupees, 15, I don't know what it is. Whatever. And actually this little Chomp Chomp is what we need to trade the ribbon to. Because it's obsessed with accessories for some reason. I guess if I was a Chomp Chomp, I would want to accessorize to Aw. They put it right on. And it gives us some dog food. Now, what would want dog food? Besides a Chomp Chomp, apparently. Well, luckily I know exactly what wants dog food. And that will be the last aspect of this trading sequence we can finish for quite a while. So we might as well do it and get it out of the way. And that is in this house here. This character's name is Sail, and he really likes canned foods, as you can see. He's hysterical. I suppose I'll give it to you. Now, if you talk to him before this, he says he collects them, but obviously there's not much of a collection going on. He just eats them, apparently. But hey, we get some bananas out of it. That's right, Blackbeard, bananas. Perhaps a certain little greedy monkey might like them. This is a nice chest. Alright, that's about it. So all we have to do yet is head up towards the first dungeon. We will begin our search for the magical instruments that we need to wake up the windfish and get off of this little isolated island. Although I have tended to like it so far. Pretty nice weather, besides the big storm that shipwrecked us here. And some pretty nice people. Besides all of these enemies crawling all over the place. Nice place to visit. I'm not sure I'd want to live here. But we'll see. So stay tuned for the Tail Cave dungeon in my next episode. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my Let's Play of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. So we are starting to make our way through the Tail Cave, and I just got a key. And we have to kill off some enemies in this room in order to open the door, and we also get a new compass. And I say it's new because in this game the compass actually has a new feature, and that is it will give you a special tone if you enter a room that has a key available to you. And there's all the rooms with treasure chests as well. So that's also a new feature of the compass. It used to just tell you where the boss was, which was not the most useful. Good old-fashioned step switch to get this key. Now this is a pretty short dungeon, so I should be able to do it in around 5 to 7 minutes, pending enemies cooperating. And these skeletons don't like to cooperate. Come here, you little jerks. There we go. And at last, we finally got the map after this long, perilous journey through this dungeon. Now that's a one-way door up there that takes us to another room in the dungeon, but I want to go this way instead. And as I mentioned in the last episode, I'm going to be avoiding guardian acorns. I don't really like them and the music that comes with them. Oh, I hate these guys. But he got stuck in the corner, so I was able to kill him pretty easily. And 20 rupees. Joy! Now you can actually push this block to block this little spike guy. It's been a while since I've actually played this game, so it might take me a little bit to remember how to get through some of these dungeons, especially the later ones. I have a semi-memory of the first 3 or 4, but after that things, geez, get kind of fuzzy. So unlike Link to the Past where you used a hammer to flip these guys, you actually use a shield in this game to take them out. And that opens up some steps, which leads to Goombas! Where's a mustached plumber when you need him? Just another example of how this game is using elements from Mario games, and they're crossing over platform. How do we get that heart? Well, perhaps the item of this dungeon will allow us to. And that item is the Roc's Feather. So we, for the first time, have the ability to use an item to jump. So of course, in other games in the series like Zelda 2, you could also jump, but You didn't have an item that you had to use to do that. That was more of a magic ability. And interestingly enough, these are genuine Goombas, so if we jump on them, a la Mario, we crush them and they do give up a heart. Now that slab in there with the hole out of it is a hint, and basically it's worthless. It just tells us that we can overturn the spike guys with our shield. And obviously I know that already. Now we don't have bombs yet, but we can come back later and blow open that cracked wall once we do. But in the meantime, let's get this key here, because this will let us access the former big key of past Zelda games, but now it's called a Nightmare Key. And we get that by coming up here to the north, using our little key, and opening up this chest. Bam! So now we can open the door to the boss or nightmare of this dungeon. And we're actually almost done with the dungeon already. Just a couple more rooms to go. However, this game does add an interesting aspect to each dungeon in that you have to fight a mini-boss before you can actually take on the boss. So I'll be showing that off in a little bit. But first, get out of my way. Ugh. So in here, you have to stop these card guys all in the same suit, and in my opinion, it's not worth it. All it does is get you the little piece that completes those slabs, and it gives you a worthless tip. But here's the mini-boss. So you gotta jump over his little roller that he pushes at you, and you have to slash him as he runs by. And he actually takes more hits than the boss, which is really strange. They make the mini-bosses so powerful in this game compared to the actual dungeon bosses. But whatever. I guess they want to make it a true test of endurance. Which this might be if I keep getting hit. These guys do a lot of damage. Oh, there he goes. And when you beat a mini-boss, you get a fairy of sorts, and you get this little warp point. So this goes to the entrance, so if you do happen to die, you don't have to start over and redo all the levels. You can just warp to basically a midpoint. For this first dungeon, it warps you to just before the boss. And here we go. Basically, it's Moldorm, my least favorite boss in any Zelda game. Come here. Oh. Now, normally, if you use 2 charge shots on his tail, it'll kill him. But because it just slashed at it, I'm gonna have to hit him in his super souped up mode. Yes! Wow. He almost always makes me drop a couple times. That is awesome. Easily my least favorite boss. And we get a instrument? The Full Moon Cello. Wow, that was a pretty powerful little ditty it did. Or diddly. And you always get a little hint at the end of each dungeon about where to go next. So a path opens in the woods. Hello, Mr. Owl. You're gonna pontificate, aren't you? Okay, so we have to collect 8 instruments, 7 more. And then allow us to wake the windfish. You were instructed to give me directions by who? Gopanga Swamp. Okay. Well, that is north of the mysterious forest, and we're gonna head that way. And we can actually use our new Rock's Feather to make some shortcuts. So it'll cut some of our... What the heck's going on, guys? Moblins came, huh? Okay, I get it. It's for real. I believe you. They did something at Bow Wow's house. Okay. Ugh, you guys are useless. Okay, yep. Allow Sherlock Link to go see what happened. Yeah, Bow Wow's gone. Alright, well, let's talk to Madame Meow Meow, I think her name is. Frog napped, huh? Alright, well, here's our errand for in-between dungeons. I mentioned that this game extends kind of the gameplay by making you do errands in between each of the dungeons since there's only 8 of them. And this is what we have to do. We have to find Bow Wow. So we have to head through the mysterious forest, and not too far from here is where the moblins are keeping Bow Wow. So we'll be there in a little bit. But in the meantime, we're going to be retraversing some old... Okay, die. Some old ground. I would really like a piece of power, simply because it speeds me up a little bit. And hey, now we can use the feather to get this heart piece. The game does a good job of that, kind of setting up what item you're going to get next by sending you to areas that are kind of blocked with obstacles that you can use the next key item for. I'm not sure what that statue meant in terms of the windfish is not a fish. Okay, moblins. Die. Not too bad. Okay, 4 of these guys. Should be easy enough. So what next? 2 of the shield guys, maybe? Jeez, no. I don't think Link is an assassin. He's not Shadow. But he will equip his shield so he can block your stupid little arrows. And as you see, you have to wait for him to run into the wall before you can actually damage him. So let him charge at you like a Nimrod and then blast away with your sword. Takes roughly 8 or so hits, provided he runs into the wall like a good boy. He's behaving so far. Ugh. I said you were behaving, and you gotta go prove me wrong. There we go. And essentially, he's a mini-boss, so we should get our little worm fairy. And here's Bow Wow. We get our Chomp Chomp, or Chain Chomp. So we can take this back to Madame Meow Meow if we want, but she actually will just say thank you for saving him and then take him for a walk. So our job as a hero is never done. Ugh. Now what? Yes, you told me that about 2 minutes ago. I know I have to go to the swamp. And basically you walk the Bow Wow by taking him to the swamp, because there are things in the swamp that only he can get rid of, and that are flowers. Particular flowers that supposedly are delicacies to the Bow Wow. Now he's not behaving too well. Usually there he goes, eats enemies for you, making things a little bit easier. And sometimes he doesn't cooperate, and he'll just spend time behind you jumping around like a moron and not killing enemies. So we need to head north from here, past where we got the tail key. And now that we have the feather, we can actually access a cave up here to the north as well. Now this house isn't important. It does come into the trading sequence a little bit later. Likes. Ugh, that forced me to take that. So likes, for those of you that are Zelda vets, you know they steal your shield if you get caught by them. Let's use our feather here. 20 rupees. Joy. And looks like we'll need something to pick up that skull a little bit later. So I'll be back for you, treasure chest. Don't you worry. And I think there's a statue up here. And the windfish stirs by music. Well, that's not surprising, considering we're trying to collect instruments, right? Alright, piece of power. Take that. So here's your sign that gives you the hint. Keep out except Bow Wow. So he can eat these fish and also these flowers, otherwise there's no way to get past them. And the worst are these big flowers, because they block key areas, and then they hit you with fire as well. Now there's a chest down here, so thanks Bow Wow. 50 rupees. Very nice. And that should be about it. Now we just need to use Bow Wow to get into the second dungeon, the Bottle Grotto. So just eat one of these flowers. Come on, buddy. And then in my next episode, we will take on Dungeon 2. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello, everybody. This is the thejonnymar, and welcome back to my Let's Play of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. And so we are progressing through our second dungeon of this island, and that is the Bottle Grotto. And we're going to be using quite a bit of our different weapons in this dungeon. They're ratcheting up the difficulty a little bit with each successive dungeon that we go through. So with this key, we can head on over here to the left, and we can get our first special item of the dungeon by heading through this door, jumping, and opening this chest to get the map. So quite a bit quicker than usual, and definitely pretty stupid that it's like, at last, you finally got the map, when it's like the second thing you get in the dungeon. And obviously, we don't have a lamp in this game, so you have to use the magic powder to light up these torches. And that's another mechanic that we're being introduced to in this level, and that is the rising and falling blocks. Now let's see if we can kill these little shy guys off. Another Mario reference. The second one can be tough because you have to get it perfectly placed. Oh, come on. It like went through his back. This time. All right. And this other key will allow us to get into this door to the south. And any guesses what special item will be in here, folks? Come on, I bet you can guess it. Come here. Ugh. Apparently that mask protects them from the side as well. What is this, XCOM, where you can hide behind something and be protected on a 180 plane? But yes, we get the compass. And I accidentally used my magic. Alright, so let's progress onward. We don't have different colored switches like we do in Link to the Past, where we had red and blue blocks. Instead, we just have a single colored block. And so they either rise or fall depending on whether you hit the switch or not. Ugh. So we have to use our feather here, of course, and then hit this switch. Pick up another key. And I don't like to hit that switch. I think it's easier if you don't. But feel free to do so if you want. It just makes a little area a little bit later a little bit more difficult. These guys you don't have to kill, so I'm just going to dodge them. And in here, just push these blocks, and that'll form some stairs that we can take into the basement. And now we get our first moving platforms of this dungeon. This will be a little bit of a common theme as we continue forward. And we are all ready to the mini-boss. Let's head through this one-way door and take on whatever this guy is. A troll, I guess, or a cyclops. Jeez. Okay, he's kicking my butt. Wow. So, try to keep him away from you, as you can see. Because otherwise he will beat you down with bombs, and also he charges at you and throws you. And luckily he didn't throw me on one of those weak spots, or else I would have fallen into the abyss, and I would have died. So just keep hacking away at him, and eventually he'll go down. And I'm really lucky I didn't die there. Come here, fairy worm. Now, those stairs there will not really come into play, so you can just avoid them. And you really can't access them yet, but you will be able to in a little bit. So this annoying little guy sucks you towards him. Here we get the fragment of stone slab. Don't have to kill some stupid enemies with card suits on their chest this time. And I'll be showing off what that completed stone slab says in there in a little bit. But in the meantime, why don't you come along with me as we get the special item of this dungeon. Hit these boos, light the torch, and then you can kill them. And that gets us Bingo Bango, the power bracelet. At last, you can finally pick up pots and stones, and it's about freaking time. Now, you can continue onward, should you choose to do so, but I hate the boss of this dungeon quite a bit. He's very annoying, and so I'm actually going to leave the dungeon and go do a couple things. First, defeat the imprisoned Pole's voice, then the Staffel Slash. So that's a tip for a little area of the dungeon we're going to get to a bit later. But because the boss really bothers me and I almost always die a couple times, I'm going to go power up a little bit before I take him on. So now that we have the power bracelet, we can access a couple new areas that will allow us to get a little bit stronger. And specifically, we can now access a special shop called Crazy Tracy's. And although she might be crazy, she sells a pretty awesome potion. So let's talk to her. And she's kind of a flirt, apparently. Hopefully Marin's not around. Yes, I will give you 28 rupees. Rub it on me, jeez. Just met ya. But, thank you. So this is basically like a fairy from Link to the Past. So if you happen to die when you have this on, it's a one-time shot that you will get revived with all of your hearts. And depending on whether you have an even or an odd number of hearts when you get it from her, it costs different amounts. So currently we have a Guardian Acorn, but we have 4 hearts, so it only costs 28 rupees. I think it's in the 40s that it costs if you have an odd number of hearts, but I'm not positive. We'll find out eventually, because I'm sure I'll be using it again. But since we have the bracelet, we can also go back and get a 4th heart piece to give us an additional heart container. So if you remember back a couple episodes, we could not get this heart piece because we couldn't lift up these skulls. But now, bam! We get a complete heart container. And that extends our meter to 5. Alright, and a piece of power. That'll speed us up. So now we essentially have 10 hearts. Because we have the 5 plus the additional potion that'll restore us with 5. Now, you certainly can take out the boss without doing this, but I just don't want to die playing this game. That's kind of my goal, so I'm going to avoid it. Does this look familiar? A little magic powder. And it's our good friend, the bat. Who can't decide if he's mad or happy. Yes, I'm ready. Curse me. Curse me now. Do I want magic powder? No. Do I want bombs? No. Do I want arrows? No. I do indeed want magic powder. But I just wanted to show that if you say no, you can actually go through all 3 of the options. And that does mean that there are 2 more of these pedestals throughout the island that you can find. So that you can increase your bomb and your arrow capacity as well. As you can see, it upped our magic from 20 to 40 for maximum. And that's nice because it's hard to find magic powder kind of around, and very few enemies drop it. So that's it. I'm gonna head back to the dungeon now, and we're gonna finish it off before we progress onward. And like I said, that is completely optional. You do not have to do this. You can just continue on and face the boss. But because I hate the boss, and I almost always die, I like to get the extra insurance to protect myself. So let's get back to the point where... Yes, you still get the messages. Even though we have the power bracelet, if you don't have it equipped, you still get that stupid message when you touch a... like so. A bottle. Alright, so you can actually stand on top of these switches. So, as you can see, by standing on top of them and hitting the switch, you can elevate yourself, and that works as long as you're on top of them. You can't step up onto them if you're on the ground when you raise them. So keep that in mind. But you can also jump across those little pits there, so if you're coming from the bottom, that's a way to get over to the switch and use it. So here is that room that the slab mentioned. So we have to kill the rabbit guy inside first, so pick up this bottle. Then we have to kill the Cleese, and then finally the Staffles. And that gives us access to the Nightmare's Key. And that's about it. Those steps there just went back to that point a little bit earlier where I said you could or could not. You know, it was up to you if you wanted to use the steps. Come here. Ugh. Come here. There we go. And now a little bit of a puzzle. So, weighting these down makes them drop. If you try to go on this one up here, it won't fall because you're not heavy enough. So you have to pick up this pot and use its extra weight to make it fall. Not super tough, but a little bit of a head scratcher, I guess. And here's a bottle, apparently. Die. Can't hurt it. Whoa! A genie in a bottle. And no, I'm not going to break into that stupid song. So run back and forth, dodging his fireballs. Hit the bottle, pick it up, and throw it into the wall. And you have to do that 3 times to break the bottle. And this is the only way you can actually hurt the genie. So, a little bit of a tedious battle. But definitely I would rather fight this guy than Moldorm. Because he can't knock you off the edge and make you refight him completely. That is such a ridiculous mechanic. Yes, yes, I know. You're safe as long as you have your bottle. Well, guess what? In a little bit, you're not going to have your bottle anymore. So taunt me while you can, big guy. Boom! Oh, I'm sorry. You're hopping mad even though you don't have legs. So slash him and dodge him as he teleports. And then just keep doing your charge shot. And there he goes. So see, I didn't need the extra protection, but as I said, I tend to be careful and conservative. And we get our next instrument, the conch horn. Much deeper sound than our first instrument. And what's our clue? The prairie. Well, I don't want to keep the prairie waiting, do I? So now we can return our Bow Wow to its owner, Mrs. Meow Meow, or Madam Meow Meow. But since he kills enemies off, I'm just gonna hang on to him for a little bit longer and go exploring. It's time for an adventure, viewers. Come on, Bow Wow, eat this plant, please. Thank you. So there are a couple more things that we can pick up now that we have the bracelet. So we have a chest we can access over here to the north. That was behind another skull. Piece of power. Wow. And a guardian acorn. So I am Super Saiyan mode right now. I have double power and half damage. That's pretty awesome. Of course, it'll go away as soon as I step outside. Such things are so short-lived and fleeting. Come on, guys, let me cross. Bye. Thank you. Alright, and the next area we're gonna go to is the... I don't remember the exact name of it. I think it's like the Tam Ranch... something or other. Plateau, or... hills, or something like that. It's over here to the right. This is where we need to go to get eventually to the Windfish. You just head up these stairs here. But there's not much we can do there right now, and we can't do much up those stairs either. So I'm just basically filling in points on my map, and there is one specific reason I'm coming over here. And that's because we're going to have to do a dungeon in this area a little bit later. And there's a warp point we can access right now, so that when we do have to come up here, we can just use the warp to get over here. So it'll save us some time. So nothing like a little side questing. Jeez. Boy, when I bring this Bow Wow back, his stomach is going to be bulging with enemies. So we can't do much down... Oh, jeez! Thank you, Bow Wow. That like almost ate my shield. But that's the warp point right there. And here's the keyhole that we have to use the angler key in to access Dungeon 4. But we have to go to Dungeon 3 first. We can't sequence break yet. So we're gonna have to do all the dungeons in order. So not a ton left to do. One more kind of quick area that we're gonna go to, and then we'll bring a Bow Wow back to his master. Yeah, there's nothing up here. Thought maybe there was a secret seashell, but apparently not. So this area is right next to a cemetery. Ugh. Alright, well, we get Guardian Acorn music. It looks like there's actually a place over here to the left. Oh, it's Crazy's Tracy's. Well, why wasn't that filled in? Maybe it was this place. Alright, and here's our witch. And so if we head south from here, we're actually just a little bit to the right of the village. And we now have enough rupees to buy a shovel, which opens up some new areas for us. We can start digging around. And unlike Link's Awakening, we don't just have the shovel for one particular event, the Ocarina. Nope, we get the shovel for the long haul in this game. 50 rupees, awesome. But in my next episode, we will continue onward. So as always, viewers, here's the other warp point that we're going to be using. Thank you for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and we are about to purchase, finally, the shovel. It does seem a little bit expensive, but there's not much we can do about that. Actually, there is something we can do about that, but we're not going to. See that bow and arrow? Jeez, look how expensive it is. Not yet. Dear viewers, we'll be accumulating rupees for quite a while to get that. Instead, we're going to purchase some bombs, about 20 of them. There's a little trick in this game I'll be showing off later once we come back to get the bow and arrow. But for now, let's return Bow Wow to his house and family, to Madame Meow Meow, so that she can stop worrying about her little creature. Actually, first let's get a secret seashell. Now then. Here you go, madam. Do you now? Well, I could use a reward. It was difficult. Oh, lovely. Yeah, I'm lucky. I got a nice big kiss. Awesome. So, we're going to be doing a little bit of side questing in this episode leading up to the third dungeon. And so, basically, I'm going to be showing you some locations of some secret seashells, because there's a place we can cash them in to get prizes. So, our next secret seashell is in this treasure chest right here. And if you remember way back to the first dungeon, there was a room that we could bomb our way through. Well, let's go to that dungeon, and I will show that off. So now that we have bombs, we can actually blow a hole in this wall here, and that'll allow us to get another secret seashell. I think that'll take us up to 4. You want to be very careful about the number of secret seashells you collect, because you want to stop at 5 and not go beyond that. Because the place that you cash them in will give you prizes based on, and I zoom to the other side of town to continue, based on the number of seashells that you have. And if you go above or below the cutoffs, you won't get the prize. So we'll stop exactly at 5. I'll show you the location of another secret seashell. And then we will head over to the Seashell Mansion, it's called, and cash them in to get our prize. So if you brought Bow Wow with you to this point, he would tell you to dig around here somewhere. And it's right there, of course. That gives us 5 secret seashells. And there's a grave up here. That's kind of suspicious. Let's sprinkle some magic powder on it. Have to curse me? Where have we heard that before? Well, that'll come into play a little bit later, after we finish the 4th dungeon. But that's well into the future, so let us continue onward and do what we need to do in order to get into the 3rd dungeon. And that is go to the pins, as the hint after the Bottle Grotto said. So let's show off some of these locations in the plains area. We do have a warp point here we can start using if we need to. Down here we start to have flying Octoroks. And we're going to need something to get over these pits a little bit later. Can't do it yet. And so the best way to fight these guys is to actually just not do this. Dodge! Whew. Is to just hold your sword out in front of you by holding the button and stab them, because then they won't do the little jump away from you. So this is Dungeon 3, and we need a slime key in order to get in. But we need to find the slime key first. And in order to get that, we have to do a little errand for the guy in this house, Richard. Salutations. Yeah, I kind of doubt that. Mainly because of the frogs. Well, you must have been a prince if you have a villa. I don't have a villa. Retrieve a golden leaf. Well, that doesn't sound too tough. Sure, I'll do it for you. 5 leaves? That wasn't part of the deal. And he does mention that you need a shovel, so luckily I already purchased that. And so you do need to get that if you do not have it already. So accumulate the 200 rupees necessary to do so. Now we could head directly to the castle in order to take up this quest, but as I said, I am maxed out on my secret seashells for a certain point. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is just show you a couple little side quests For some reason, there's a pig statue down here. Good for only one thing, bombing. Boom. And we can't quite get this honeycomb yet, but we can blow a hole in these walls. We just can't do anything inside of them yet. We don't need a fairy. And the one over here, we're gonna need the special item from the 3rd dungeon in order to access. So if you'll notice those little white barriers there, you have to use the Pegasus shoes to run through them. Jeez. And we did a complete little loop around there, so let's head back. Some weird and new enemies we're coming across. I hate those bomber guys. They're very annoying. Alright, so the castle's to the north, but we're gonna head south first. And we're looking for the Seashell Mansion. Now, I don't remember if it's... No. Not this way. And... Nope, not that way. Come on, memory, kick in. I think it's this way. Yes, okay. So let's kill some of these rhinos. Or, I guess, moblins, maybe. I don't know. They look a little different. And here's the Seashell Mansion. So proceed forward, and if you have 5, that'll meet the threshold. And we get a present. Joy. And it's another secret seashell. Ooh. Alright, and we can actually access another 4 before progressing onward to get us to 10, because 10 is the other cutoff. And then once you have 10, it's not till 20 that you get the last thing. So then we can progress onward. So here's our 7th secret seashell. Pretty easy to find, right next door. And now let us go adventuring to find the rest. Stupid rhinos. Stupid rhinos with shields. Thankfully, they do drop hearts frequently, so even if they hit you, you should get some hearts back in return. The next seashell is down here underneath that rock. So let's hook back up and around. Ugh. Pick up the rock with your power bracelets and seashell number 8. So you have to wonder, whoa, what was that? Some sort of mermaid, maybe? You have to wonder who's actually collecting these secret seashells and what good they do. We may never know, because we just collect them. Oh man. Down! Whew. So hook around all these guys, and then you can bomb a hole in the wall here. And of course, this will lead to, any guesses? Another secret seashell. Of course. Let's do some renovation in this room here. Push these blocks around. And this will take us to the roof of this little location. I don't think there's... Nope. We'll get there in a second. So dodge the bomb, guys. And let's kill off some Octoroks. Stab. Around here, secrets are nigh. Well, pull out your shovel and boom. Number 9, is it? I think so. And that's about it, I think. I don't think there's anything to the south, but nope. At least not up here on the roof. We'll have to head down once we get downstairs again. Because I think there's a little bit more we can do. Crabs living under skulls. Interesting. Takes 3 shots to kill those bomb guys, but of course they dodge you, so it's really hard to actually get them. And we'll be going through all of this stuff a little bit later, but here's our 10th seashell. And it looks like up there to the right, there's a statue. Kind of looks similar to that mermaid we saw. Wonder if that comes into play anytime later. It does. But not yet. For now, we're gonna head all the way back and we're gonna cash in our 10 seashells to get our prize. And unfortunately, it's not any different than what the prize was for 5 seashells, and it's basically just another seashell. But that's okay. I'm comfortable with that until we get to 20. I'm not comfortable with continuing to mess up and go the wrong way, though. What's wrong with my memory? Ugh. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Come on, get there. Yes. And who's wrapping these things in these presents? Very mysterious. Is it the windfish or that stupid talking owl? We may never know. Alright, piece of power. Let's start blasting, guys. So, now that we've collected all of our secret seashells, we have to go ahead and actually do the quest for Richard. So we have to collect 5 golden leaves. Jeez. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get across that. And unfortunately, the entrance to the castle is locked. So we have to find another way. So you have to complete the trading sequence up to the bananas in order to progress. And luckily we have. And it's Kiki, the monkey. Remember him from Link to the Past? Little bastard who stole 210 rupees from us? Well, this time we don't have to give him rupees, we'll just give him bananas. And apparently he has a lot of friends in this game. Monkey business. Yeah, I'd like to take your head off, Kiki. So we gave up bananas for a stick. Well, wonderful. I'm sure that's important. So now we have to find a way into this castle. And kind of reminiscent of Link to the Past, there's a secret passage that'll take us in. It's hidden underneath a bush. And that is this bush. So the golden leaves are hidden throughout the castle. A lot of different locations you can go to. There's a couple outside and then the rest of them are inside. So we have these dreadnoughts hanging around for us. Alright, and the first leaf is kind of tricky. You have to kill this bomber guy. So you have to slash him 3 or 4 times while avoiding bombs. Come on, come to the left side. Okay. Ugh. Oh, and if you go off the screen, obviously he heals. Jeez. Well, this is not going well at all. Okay, let's get serious here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. First golden leaf. And they do show up on the sub-screen, so you can keep track. Die. Only 2 hearts, though. Sometimes you can find some below these bushes, although it's kind of rare. You're more likely to get rupees. Oh, hey, got one, though. Alright, and the second one we can get outside is actually a little bit of a trick. So up here to the north, there's a crow hanging out on this tree. And he won't come at you unless you pick up a stone and throw it at him. And then he runs away right away. So if you can, very quickly slash him. Ugh. But if not, you can pick up the second rock and throw it at him. Bam. So that's the 2 we can get out here. And basically, if you're stuck, you don't really have an idea of what to do, although I did just show you. there is a phone booth, as you might have noticed, on the other side of the island. So you can head over there and talk to the old man from the village, and he'll give you some hints. And he's actually really good about it. He gives you like a new hint each time. So in my next episode, we will head into the castle and we will find the remaining 3 leaves. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my Let's Play of Link's Awakening. And so we are still looking for the remainder of the golden leaves that Richard sent us after. So we have to find 3 more leaves. And the first of the 3 is actually right here. There we go. And like Link to the Past, we can use magic powder on these anti-fairies. And some of the time you get a fairy. I would have liked one, but unfortunately some of the time you don't get a fairy. But oh well, we still have 3 hearts, that's okay. I should be able to survive. And the other 2 leaves that we have to get are actually upstairs, so first let's step on this switch. What did that do? Ah, it opened the front gate. So now we can head out through the front instead of having to go back underground and use the monkey path that we used to get in here. Alright, leaf number 4, you have to use a bomb on the wall here. Free this guy, and then slash him into oblivion. Bam! So that leaves 1 more leaf to find. And it of course is being guarded by this ball and chain soldier. Now you can actually throw bombs down at him from up there on that platform, but he just respawns then when you go to get the actual leaf. Now to open this door, you have to use a pot. Throw it into it. And that can take a little time to figure out, but obviously I knew about it, so I just did it. Takes 4 charges of your sword to kill this guy. And if you can catch him in the corner like that, sometimes his ball and chain will hit the little flame over there. Alright, I'm gonna skip ahead to Richard's place. Now we have all your leaves, so give us our reward. Move a box? Stairs? You're supposed to just give us the reward, not make us go somewhere and get it. Ugh. Alright. We'll play your game, Richard, but this is the last time. Another secret seashell. And we actually have to go back up to the above ground route in order to get the slime key that we need to open up the 3rd dungeon. And of course it's not easy, it's not just in a chest out here. We have to go through a maze. And so certain of these bushes, when you slash them, like so, are actually pits. So you have to find the route that takes you successfully through the maze without killing yourself. Fortunately, I know pretty much the route. I may miss a bush here or there, but you want to basically, for the most part, stay to the edges. Now the exception is up here, you want to hang a left, and then cut again upwards. Apparently here. And there we go. And you do need the shovel, because the key is underground, as this little statue tells you. Bingo bango! So now we got that. Again, I'm going to cut back to Richard's and we'll head to the 3rd dungeon. So that was really annoying of you to make us go all the way over there to get it. Why can't you just have it in your little cloak there? Princes, I'll never understand them. So we need to actually use the key before we can head to the 3rd dungeon, so head back this way, stick it in the hole, and turn. And there we go. Now you would think that would be called the slime dungeon or something of the like, but it's not. Oh no, it's not. It's something incredibly different. Although the boss is a slime, so I think that's where the name kind of comes from. But to get over there, we need to use our magic feather to jump across some water. And there's actually 1 more secret seashell we can get. We head up here. Any guesses where it is? Will I kill off these octorots? Yes, it's in the middle there. So dig it out. Oh, we got a rupee too. Double bonus. Okay, so let's head into the third dungeon, which is called the Key Cavern. So as the name mentions, you have to collect a ton of keys in order to progress through this dungeon. And we have to use our little pot trick here to get in. Now, these bomb guys are really annoying. You have to hit them and they fly around and blow up, and they almost always run into me at least a couple of times. In fact, I'm probably gonna die at least once in this dungeon. Although, I do have the magic potion, so it shouldn't actually kill me. Mimic chest. Now, we can't actually get the chest in there until later, because we can't access that little slime that was on the left side. Okay. So, as you'll notice, Guardian Acorn, wonderful. All these different doors. Let's start with the north door. Let's kill these guys off. I don't know how many times I hit that switch, but you want to hit the switch and then head back upstairs, and that'll allow you to access a couple chests with some rupees in them. This one's got 50, and then one a couple rooms back actually has 200 in it. So let's head back that way. Of course, we have to re-kill all the enemies because they respawn. Kind of annoying about this game. A lot of respawning whenever you change floors. And somehow we're able to slash upward like that. Gotta love 2D. Alright, 200 rupees. I'm ecstatic. Actually, I really am. We're already almost halfway to the bow. Now, you can go left or right there, but the rooms are a little bit harder to get the key in, so I'm actually just going to continue on with the dungeon, and once we get the special item for this dungeon, I'll come back and do those rooms. But in the meantime, let's kill off all these slimes, which I guess makes sense again. Slime key. Lots of slimes hanging around. Giving us access to more keys. Makes sense. And there's actually a point in the wall there we can bomb, in between the torches. And if you slash at it with your sword, it'll make a kind of a distinctive sound for those Zelda vets that indicates that the wall can be bombed. Now, the one to the north there is a little bit more obvious. It has all the cracks, and we can't get across this yet. We need the special item from this dungeon. And then the big arrow, in case it wasn't obvious where to bomb. Come on, game designers. Give us a little bit more credit than that. So these bombs are a little bit different. Instead of flying around, they actually count down. And you slash them. And you have to hit them away from you at the last second to keep from getting harmed. Okay. Well, hopefully I get the timing a little bit better next time, because they do respawn every time you go through the freaking room. It's annoying. Yes, yes, the compass. Thank you. Come on. Now, you actually can bomb the wall in this room, too, to get one more key. So let's do that real quick. We'll take out these bombs. Of course, get hit a couple times. And get our last little key for this area. Jeez. Unfortunately, there's almost always a fairy worm underneath one of these pots. There we go. So, back to full health. Let's see if I can do these bombs a little bit better this time. Activate all of them. One. There we go. Ugh. Well, I only got hit once. That's better. I wonder what those little barriers were over there. We'll find out in due time. We have to kill off all these slimes to get these doors to reactivate. And we have these stupid birds. Very annoying, they disappear. And they run away and shoot things at you, so Let's see if I can charge up and kill them off. Alright. You have to wait until they're basically right about to appear, and then it's a little bit easier to kill them. Slash. Alright, piece of power. That'll make things go a little bit quicker. And then I can throw this pot at this guy. And you do need bombs for the mini-boss in this level, so make sure to grab these. And the map. At last. Ready to take on the mini-boss, viewers? Any guesses what it is? Well, for those of you that have played the original Zelda, remember, I think his name was Dodongo? He had to put bombs into his mouth? Well, these are very similar. You have to put bombs inside of them because otherwise they're impervious to any type of attack. You have to make them swallow 3 bombs each to kill them off. So enjoy your snacks. And die. Quickly, please. I got 2 on each. There we go. And actually, if you pick up the bomb before it explodes, you can hold it indefinitely. And if you can catch them in a corner, you can just throw it into their mouth like that. Nice little trick in this one, that the bombs don't explode as long as you're holding them. And we get the special item, the Pegasus boots. Great day. Finally are able to dash around, although they have a little bit of a delay when you start using them. So this lets us access some areas we couldn't before. So now we can start getting across these big pits that are at least 3 spaces. Although I suck at timing these. As you can see. See if I can do it. Jeez. And then up here we have a double. I don't know why I'm so terrible at timing it. I just can't get the coordination down with the double tap. Like in Link to the Past, I was good at using the Pegasus boots and also other items, but in this game, I'm not very good with it. Maybe I'll get better as the game progresses. So we actually want to now head back to the first room. So we're going to use the teleporter in the mini-boss room. Go back to the beginning of the dungeon. And that'll let us get a couple more things. First off, it'll let us get this guy. Unless he throws us into a pit. So yeah, try to run straight at him. And that'll let you kill him. And so obviously you can't kill him before you get the Pegasus boots. Although, I've heard people say if you constantly hold towards it over time, you can inch slowly towards him, but I don't have the patience for that, so I've never done it. Now let's go get that slime that we couldn't get to before because of these barriers. Now you do have to have the Pegasus boots as well as the sword equipped in order to do this dashing attack. If you just have the Pegasus boots equipped, you will run, but you won't do damage when you run into enemies. Oh, come on, don't get stuck on the wall. Come and get me. Jeez. Alright, and the last thing we need to get up here is kill off these 2 skeletons, and that'll get us the last special item in this dungeon, which is the incredibly useful stone piece for the stone slab. And basically, that doesn't really do much for you. I think it tells you how to kill maybe Dodongo, which is irrelevant because obviously I've already killed him to get the Pegasus boots. But it might tell you something about, alright, another piece of power, the boss of the dungeon, because he's a little sneaky. Right. So now, since we have the Pegasus boots, we can actually run at these guys and kill them before they're able to teleport. So what we need to do is just run into them from the other side of the room. As long as you give yourself enough space, you'll be perfectly fine. And then you gotta be quick because the key will fall into the pit. And then you gotta exit and come back in and look like an idiot. Like me. Everyone makes mistakes, viewers. Nobody's perfect. Okay, this guy's a little trickier. Okay. I just love pits, apparently. There we go. Now, those keys are basically irrelevant. You didn't need to get them, but just for completion's sake, I decided to. All you need is 4 total keys to continue on to the boss. So then they let you get through all of these little key blocks. And now that we have the Pegasus boots, we can activate this guy. And I suck at this jump again. My timing is always terrible. Let's see. Oh yeah, terrible. Great job, Johnny. Alright, 1 more room to go. Well, actually 2 more rooms. So we gotta kill all these guys off in order to open the door. Not too tough now that we have the boots. And there's actually an extra key in this room for some reason. And that's basically, I think, because if, like me, you choose to go onward to the second part of the dungeon first, then you need this extra key to access all the other rooms. Well, I know where you are. Just run into the wall. Ah, it's a big eyeball. How come you're not dying? So yeah, you have to hit him and then run into the middle, like so, to split him. And then he'll drop down from above, and if you jump, you can keep yourself from being paralyzed. Otherwise, you'll get stunned. Since I have the piece of power, very, very quick to kill off these 2 guys. There we go. Dungeon 3 completed. What do we get? The Sea Lily's Bell. Kind of tinny sounding. Alright, and in my next episode we will continue onward. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching. Let's get our hint here. Waterfall. And we'll see you next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and we have to talk to the owl apparently. 3 actually. Apparently we have to go to Yarna Desert, even though the clue told us to go to the waterfalls. That seems kind of counterintuitive, doesn't it? So you have to go to the waterfalls by going to the desert. Well, okay, I will do that. But first we're gonna do a little bit of side questing. Because now that we have the Pegasus boots, we can access some areas we couldn't previously. Because now we can get rid of all of these little pointed barriers. So let's start out doing that. Ugh. I hate these bubbles. They always get in the way, and I almost always run into them at least a couple of times. So let us continue our looting towards 980 rupees, or whatever it is, to get the bow and arrow. And actually up here there is a heart piece. So hit the wall there, drop a bomb. And the bombs don't actually hurt you if you stay near them, but that's a reflex I've learned throughout the years, so it's hard to not do it. And that gets us 1/4 of a heart. Many more pieces to find. And the second thing we can get now that we have the stick actually is this honeycomb that was over here in the tree. Because there's Terran hanging out. Can you borrow my stick? I don't know, I kind of like it, I guess. Just be careful with it. Ah, poor Terran. Comedy relief in this game. But that does allow us to get the honeycomb. Honeycomb, honeycomb, me want honeycomb. As the commercial used to say. Alright, and there is one more heart piece we can actually pick up. Now there's two ways to get to this, and technically you're not supposed to do it until you get an item from a dungeon a little bit later. But now that we have the Pegasus boots and also the feather, we can access it. So we can push on one of these graves to open it up. It's this one. Ugh. Get away! And my mortal enemy, run jumping. First we need to bomb this rock. See, no damage. And now, viewers, how many attempts is this going to take me? We're taking bets. 1, 2, 3. Well, for those of you that said 1, you lost. For those of you that said 2, you lost. Come on. Ugh. 3. Oh my god. 4. Come on. This time. Yes. 5 times. Anyone say 5? If so, you get a famous no prize, which means you don't get anything, but good job anyway. Alright, and so we do want to fill in our map, and we've never been to the cemetery. And actually in the color version, or DX version, there's a little secret dungeon. That's where the color dungeon is, in that bottom area to the right of the cemetery. You have to get a book in the library of Mabe Village in order to give you some clues on how to access it. But for now, I'm just going to activate all of these particular areas to fill in my map. And that's about it. Let's head back to Mabe Village. We have another item to pick up, and then we will continue onward towards Animal Village, the sister village of Mabe. Or maybe, I guess. Some might pronounce it. Now then, we want to talk to Marin, but first we want to get an item that's in this dream shrine, and this little guy tells us about it. There's something good inside. And then I love the ending. I'm just a kid. Don't talk to me. So jump into bed, and we go somewhere. I'm not sure where. But it's into this shrine here, and now we have these little runaround guys. And they mimic your movements, but because you have the Pegasus shoes and the sword, you can actually just plow right through them. So that makes this quite a bit easier. Now, technically, you could have timed it with just the feather, the rock's feather, but you did need the Pegasus boots to destroy this barrier down here. So that's why I waited until I got them. So got 100 rupees. I'm happy. And let's bust through here and get our secondary item in this area. And a very important item. The ocarina, or flute, for those of you that have played Link's Awakening. And that's important because we need to pick up some songs from various parts of the world. There are 3 total songs that we can learn. And the first one, you could argue, is the most important, and that is the Ballad of the Windfish. So let's talk to Marin now that we have our ocarina. Well, I guess I'll accompany you. I just got it. I'm not sure I can play it. Wow. Apparently I can. Nice little duet. All right. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yes, it sticks in my mind because then I can learn it and use it. So now we've learned the Ballad of the Windfish, and we need that along with the 8 instruments in order to wake up the Windfish and finish this quest once and for all. And that's what it sounds like if you just play it. You'll notice the 1 down there next to the ocarina. That's because you can learn up to 3 songs. And I never activated the map spot for O'Reary or whatever the heck his name is, the phone guy. So that's why I did that real quick. And actually I'm running low on bombs, so I might as well buy a couple extra. Oh, I will. I need that bow eventually. Now, let's do a little bit of secret seashell hunting, shall we? Well, you don't really have a choice if you're watching. We're gonna do it, so come along with me. Here we go. Yes, you can actually find stuff hidden in trees now with the Pegasus boots. And there's one more we can pick up, but that's a little bit farther along once we get closer to Animal Village. So let's head on over that way. A little bit of backtracking. Not too terrible though, just a couple screens. Die. Oh, nope, not there. Let's go up here. And then hook around, and then hook down, and we should be just about there. I think one more screen. Yep, and then to the right, and then what you have to do is take out this bush, because then we'll be able to access Animal Village. And obviously you couldn't get through here before because you needed the Pegasus boots. So much more of the world is opened up now that we have these. So Animal Village is to the right here. But I am going to go get a secret seashell. Ugh. And there are a ton of crabs, these little electric guys that you can't hit. So I'm probably going to take a ton of damage down here. But what you need to do is come up here and next to this statue, which gives you a little hint about a bridge nearby if you dig next to it. There we go. I think that's our 15th secret seashell, maybe our 14th. 15th. Good. Jump. And now let's head over to Animal Village. Taking a beating. So as you might expect, Animal Village is populated by different animals. So we have a lot of rabbits around here, and apparently they're kind of keen on Marin. They like to hear her sing. Jeez, so I'm gonna take that thing's head off. Yes, we need to get to Yarna Desert, but apparently there's a walrus in the way. So how are we gonna get through that? Okay, who's this guy? Okay. Must be a painter. With a crazy accent. Is it not? Well, that was rude. I never. I did know they were sister cities. Even though they're not large enough to actually be called cities. I see. And then this guy tips you off about the Dreamshine too. Yes, it is true. We got an awesome ocarina. That animal in there is actually important to the trading quest, but we need to come back later with a special item. Yeah, we've noticed that there have been a lot of monsters all over the place. Hopefully, we'll be able to change that soon. And this guy is actually who we need to talk to continue the trading quest. So we give him the honeycomb, and we get a pineapple. Fair exchange. I like pineapple. Yes, the walrus is in our way. Well, that's not good. Take little Marin and wake him up with her song. They don't think very highly of the walrus in this town. So that's what we need to do. We have to bring Marin back here and have her sing to the walrus to wake it up. So we'll do that eventually. We have a couple extra little things to do here. Let's head down and actually check out the walrus. There he is. He's dreaming about Marin, apparently. Can I wake him up with the Ballad of the Windfish? Apparently not. Alright, well, we'll have to go talk to Marin then. And I did notice there was a wall you could bomb up here. But I don't think you can actually get through it now. I think you have to get another item first. So I'll just bomb the wall and then we'll come back a little bit later. Is that gonna be far enough? Yes, okay. We'll be back. In the meantime, we're gonna use that transporter we saw down in that little pond. And that'll take us back to Mabe Village, and then once we're there, we'll talk to Marin, and we'll bring her back here to continue a little bit of a fetch quest, and then hopefully we'll be able to wake up that walrus and go into the desert. Because actually, the desert is where we're gonna find the key to open up the 4th dungeon. Weird, huh? That they would store the key to the waterfall dungeon in the desert. What are you gonna do? It's a video game. Alright, Marin, let's go. She likes to go stare at the ocean. Hey, I'm just a kid, don't ask me. So my next episode, we will go find Marin and take her with us back to Animal Village. As always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello, everybody. This is the thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So we are currently on the lookout for Marin. We need her to wake up a walrus that is keeping us from being able to get into the Yarna Desert. And in our last episode, we found out that she apparently is headed down to the beach to look at the ocean. So we'll be heading down there eventually, but first there is an item that we can pick up now that we have the Pegasus boots. And that is in the tree just to the west of the Tail Cave. And as usual, if you see a tree kind of hanging out like this on its own, run into it, because there are almost always good things to be found. Including our secret seashell. And that is number 16. 4 more to go till good things will happen. And I happen to know where 4 more are. So that's pretty exciting. But let's head down to the beach. So I wonder where exactly she is. Well, I don't wonder. I know where she is, but I'm trying to add a little bit suspense to this. And failing, I know. Now that we have the Pegasus boots, we can actually get at this stupid little monkey up here, too. Run into the tree, knock him down, and unfortunately you can't attack him. I would love to cut him a couple of times, throwing those coconuts at us. What is he thinking? We can get this treasure chest. Sweet. 50 rupees. Head over here to the east. There's a mysterious house with some pretty somber sounding music. Well, we'll be back here, viewers. Don't fret. Very soon, that house will come into play. And it's not too hard to actually find Marin. She's just here to the south on the beach. Talk to you? I guess. Although I'm kind of the silent protagonist, so I'm not sure how much talking I'll do. Really cool scene here, though. This behind the back kind of view of the water. Nothing beyond the sea. Well, I came from beyond the sea. Yeah, I'm sure I'm the first thing you've ever seen that wasn't from this island. The wonderful land of Hyrule, where I have a beautiful princess waiting for me. Oh wait, am I supposed to say that? I'm not sure seagulls actually do that, Marin. You might want to check Wikipedia about that. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Am I listening to you? Yeah, sure I am. You wanna know everything about me, huh? Well, I can certainly arrange that. But first we have this pesky matter of the walrus to take care of. We got Marin! This is our big chance. And you can tell because of the awesome music. I wonder what our big chance means. Well, of course it means to move the walrus and continue on with our quest to wake the windfish. That's the only thing it could possibly mean. There is no sexual innuendo at all. This is a kid's game after all. Right? Right, viewers? But it is funny how Link held her up like an item. As if she's not a person. Now there's some fun stuff you can actually do with Marin as long as she's along with you. A little bit of Easter eggs and special sequences. The first is to jump down this hole here, and let's see what happens. Ugh. I guess I'm okay. That wasn't very nice of you to land on top of me. Jeez. She really likes digging. Now, if you play your ocarina, you can sometimes get her to say a little thing about it, saying that you're not so great. But I'm not exactly sure those situations that actually cause that. Now, Marin can also be very two-faced, and so if you hit a chicken, you know, she tells you to stop, but if you keep smacking the chicken over and over and over again repeatedly, she'll eventually get really into it and start egging you on. And I don't want to do that because, like Link to the Past, that will activate a certain little, well, let's just say, overwhelming event, so I'm going to avoid that for now. Sure. Why don't you try out the crane game? See how you do. How about you grab that shield for me? Or maybe some of those rupees. That would be nice. Alright. Looks like you're in line to get some rupees. Okay, just drop it. No. Go back. What are you doing? Uh-oh. Look out, buddy. I like how they thrash side to side like that. Well, that wasn't exactly what you were supposed to do, Marin. And this guy does not appreciate it. Get out of here. I don't want you taking all of my stuff because you're a pro. And that's pretty much all you can do with Marin in Mabe Village. Now, if you're playing the DX version, there's a bunch of pictures that you can get taken with Marin at various points there. But obviously, I'm not playing the DX version, so I can't do that. So let's head over to Animal Village. And as long as Marin is in the party with you, you can get some interesting dialogue with the different characters in the village. So the first is, of course, the rabbit, and they're all super excited to see Marin because they know she's gonna sing eventually. And the second is this bear. He's really happy to see Marin, but he's not so happy that Link is along too, which makes you wonder what exactly was he gonna do. Hopefully not bad things. And we didn't talk to this goat before. This is another person in the trading quest. And in order to get her to talk to us, we need to bring her a flower, which is the hibiscus. Well, we'll be getting one of those soon enough. Here's another little Easter egg. If you look at the canvas there, as you saw, that wasn't a very good version of this hippo. Maybe this guy isn't very talented. And that's about it. So let's go wake up the walrus so we can continue on our quest towards Dungeon 4. Alright, Sleepy, wake up. Yes. Look at how his ears are moving. That's pretty impressive for this time, an original Game Boy game. He's pretty excited. Whoa! Into the water he goes. And now we don't have to worry about babysitting Marin anymore. We can get rid of this game's version of Ashley. Although Marin is by no means anywhere near as annoying as Ashley from Resident Evil 4. And it's pretty quick how it changes over to desert. I'm not sure that's how it actually works, to go from grassland to desert that fast. But we need to look for the key to the 4th dungeon while we're here. So let's kill off some of these enemies. And there's another little Easter egg over here in the corner. If we can get past this pokey. There we go. So if you sprinkle magic powder on this skull over here, you'll get a little bit of a secret. I'm not sure how refreshing dust would be, but he tells us to bomb in the place where sand swallows you. Well, that's going to come into play very soon. Because we have to fight a mini-boss. And it's another former baddie that we faced in a past game. I am only getting in the way. Yes, it's Landmalus. Except there's only one of them instead of 3 like in Link to the Past. And we have to deal with this stupid quicksand that's pulling us towards the middle. If you do go all the way to the center, you'll end up falling into a cave that's below this area. You have to be very careful. Ugh. This is an annoying fight. This guy takes, I don't know, 8 to 10 hits from your sword. If you are lucky enough to hit him with a charge shot, jeez, I almost fell down. And he only takes about 4 to 5 shots. We almost got him. Couple more. There we go. And our reward? The Angler Key. We can now access the 4th dungeon. And because we had to hold it there, we end up falling down below, which is a good thing. Because this is where the little area is that we need to bomb that hint was telling us about. To get a heart piece. Sweet. Only one more to go for another heart. And there's one more thing for us to do in this desert. And that's to get a secret seashell. Let's talk to this first. Sea Bear's foam, Sleep Bear's dreams, both end in the same way, crash. You know, the signs are pointing more and more to a certain outcome if we end up waking up the windfish. But I'm not sure I believe it or not, viewers. There's our other secret seashell. I think we have 17 now. Only 3 to go. And that's it. let's head back to Animal Village. See how Marin's doing. And then we'll head towards the... we'll head towards the 4th dungeon, Owl. Yes, I know. I'm on my way. Okay, I will eat from the top. Thank you. I'm not stupid, you know. I am the legendary hero. Give me some credit. I do a lot of stuff in between the times when you feel the need to pop in and give me these little hints. She's attracted quite the crowd, hasn't she? Look at that little bear in the bottom right there. What is my favorite song? Well, that's a toughie. I kind of go through phases. Some days I like certain types of music, other days I like others. How about you, viewers? What's your favorite song? My old standby is Black Days by Soundgarden. Alright. So here's our keyhole. Insert and turn. Presto. Dungeon 4. The Angler Tunnel. We'll be back to see you in a second. We can't just jump down there, of course. We have to go all the way around and up into the mountains. Because otherwise it would be too easy. But we also then can continue with the trading quest. Now, we could have come this way before, but we needed the Pegasus boots to finish it all off. So I held off until now. Yeah, I knew there was a slime there. They're always hanging out, trying to knock you into the holes. That's like the whole reason for their existence, is to knock wayward adventurers who happen to walk by into holes. What a life. We'll be back for you later, Heart Piece. In the meantime, let's get this chest. Another 50. Awesome. Getting ever so close to our 980 that we need for our bow. And we can't actually get that chest till later, but we'll be back. But remember way back to the beginning, viewers, when we talked to that guy, I'm forgetting his name, in Mabe Village, who said he would get lost in the mountains later? Well, he was true to his word. Ah, trap chest. And so he is lost up here, and when we talk to him, he mentions that he's actually famished and he needs something to eat. Well, we just happen to have something to eat, and that is a pineapple. So hopefully that's good enough. Apparently it is. Sweet. Don't eat too fast, you'll hurt your stomach. And for a reward, we get a hibiscus. How convenient. So yes, we'll have to take that to the goat girl. But first, we're going to take on dungeon number 4, the Angler Tunnel. And I always forget to use my Pegasus boots. Silly me. So I will see you all in my next episode. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So we are taking on dungeon number 4. And as you might be able to tell, there is a lot of water around here. So, I wonder what the special enemy? No, special item is going to be in this dungeon. Well, we will find out soon enough. But in the meantime, let us work our way slowly through this very twisting and convoluted dungeon design that uses multiple levels. We get our little stone fragment here. And so this is the beginning of kind of the more complex dungeons in this game. And you're going to notice that a lot of them are multi-tiered with many levels, which is a little bit of a difference from the original Zelda game, and also from, I hate doing jumps. Yeah, This might take a bit. Get over there! Yes. From Link to the Past. Now, Ganon's Tower in Link to the Past, of course, had quite a few different levels, but most of the dungeons were contained within a couple levels. Yes, I want to bomb it. Thank you. And let's see what's under these pots over here. Now, those pea-hats, of course, you can't kill until they land. That's a staple in the Zelda series. And you're going to need to get a lot of small keys in here to progress. So we're starting that collection pretty early on. Okay, let's dodge around these guys. Well, let's see if we can get rid of some of these anti-fairies. Well, that's one. And then we'll head up. This should be... Yes, let me bomb it, please. Thank you. This should be another key, probably. We're gonna get hit, aren't we? Yeah, I knew I would. Dodge. Okay. So that's pretty much all you can do this direction. This is kind of a dead-end route that you need to take on, because if you don't, obviously you're going to be short a couple of keys. So let's head back towards the entrance. Alright, and that enemy jumped in there like an idiot. Follow me down into the abyss, you stupid slime. And at last, we get the map. So now we can check out this place and see all of the different rooms. Kind of look like Transformer head, doesn't it? A silhouette. Maybe Optimus Prime. I'm not a big Transformer person, so I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate or not. That's just my quick assessment. And I really hate that the enemies respawn in here. Makes you do a whole bunch of killing when you already killed off certain creatures. Ugh. And that chest we're actually not going to get for quite a while, because that is the nightmare key up there to the left. But let us continue on. We should be able to get the compass, and then we'll pretty much be done. God, I hate these guys. Stupid turtles. With the special items in this dungeon. Yes, yes, thank you, the compass. Let us move on. And here's a fun little room. Let's see if I can get... Come into my slash zone. If I can get through this without falling in the water. Nope. Well, what a shock. At least you don't get hurt by the water. That would suck. Especially because I'm going to be doing a couple of risky jumps in this dungeon. And if I got hurt by the water, I would be losing health at a rapid pace. So yeah, this dungeon is designed around penalizing you until you get the special item, which is, of course, the flippers. So once we get that, that'll open up a whole bunch for us. I didn't mean to get that. So here's one of the rooms where you can actually circumvent kind of how the room is designed. So you're not supposed to be able to access that chest until you get the flippers. But you actually can if you use the running shoes and the magic Rock's Feather. Let's see if I can pull it off. You have to run and jump at an angle. Ugh, almost made it. And if you time it correctly, you can get across that little area there pretty easily by making it much more difficult looking than it actually is. There we go. And it gets us 50 rupees. Very nice. And let's see if there's anything under this pot. Yes, a fairy. Oh no. Fairy, come here, I need you. Thank you. And now we're back to this area, which should look familiar. But of course now we have to jump north instead of east to west. So let's see if I can make this without falling down into the abyss. Probably not. Wow. Alright. Maybe I can do something right for once. Ugh, that guy's too close. I should probably leave and come back, because that'll reset him. And you don't want to head down those steps yet, because we can't get what's below. We need the flippers first. So kill off all these guys. And man, that was mean. They made the key fall below into the water. And so we'll have to come back and get that eventually. But in the meantime, let's continue to fight stupid turtles. Ah, slime. There we go. And what does our stone slab say? Glint of a tile will be your guide. Well, keep that in mind. We'll need that in a little bit. And here's the second jump that you can make that you're supposed to wait until you have the flippers. This one's a little bit more difficult. As you can see, your area for error is not very big. Let's see if I can pull this off or not. Ugh. So close. Try again. You gotta have patience. Hey, only 2 times. That's pretty good. Another 50 rupees. Alright, let's continue onward. By falling into the water. 'Cause that's the best thing to do. Get away. I hate these water bugs. They're kind of unpredictable in their patterns. And we have to wait because we can't hurt the stupid pea hats. Let's get around them. And ultimately we want to head over here to the left, but as you can see, we don't have the nightmare key yet. And we have to find the entrance up to those steps up there. And at least we got rid of the stupid theme music that comes along with the Guardian Acorn. Now we can get back to the dungeon theme. So this room will come into play in a little while, but for now we can't do anything. Instead, we need this small key, and now we can open up a door a little bit farther back in the dungeon. And that'll actually let us take on the mini-boss, who's pretty easy comparative to most of the other dungeons mini-bosses. And the final boss in this dungeon is really a cakewalk. You can catch him in a pattern, and he's pretty easy to take out. And I'll be showing that off in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's see if we can dodge these stupid turtles that of course respawned. They gotta get a hit in. And say hello to the mini-boss. So, hang around a corner, charge up your sword, and slash him as he comes by. Pretty easy. This will actually, yeah, stab him. You don't want to do that. And it takes roughly 4 or 5 charge shots to kill him off. So this should do it. Alright. Goodbye. And now we get a little trick room. So as you can see, these little door blocks are closing. And so you need to pull on this switch and then quickly run to the left so you can get through that opening before it closes. Let's see if we can pull it off. Go, go, go! Alright. And here we have the special item of the dungeon. Jeez, if we can get around these enemies. The flippers! And you can actually dive in this version of the game too. So yes, we do not have to spend 500 rupees and give them to King Zora to get the flippers in this version. So that's nice. Lets us save up for our stupid bow. And these guys are really annoying. But see the glint of the tile there? That's telling you that you need to know that sequence I just did. And we'll need to do that in the room that's back a little ways. But let's see if we can kill these guys off. They're like the dreadnoughts from the original Legend of Zelda. They have a knack for... Why did that kill him? For turning around at the worst possible time. I'm not sure this is worth it to try to kill him. Nah. Yeah, I'm kind of getting tired of this. Why don't we just continue onward? So long, sucker. And now that we have the flippers, we can go and get that key that we let fall before. Alright, piece of power. Piece of power symbol always kind of looked like a pizza slice to me, but that might be because I originally played this game around the time I was playing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games too. So let's get our key. And if you have the Rock's Feather equipped when you're underwater, you can actually surface, jeez, much, and if you're just normally swimming. Alright. So that's pretty much it. All we have to do is get down those stairs over there and we'll continue onward. Ugh. Water bugs. Around them. And this should take us to the Nightmare Key. And once we have that, we can continue on to the boss. But you can probably tell this dungeon is already taking a little bit longer than the previous ones. Which, you know, it's not a big deal. Uh-oh. I went the wrong way, viewers. As you can see, no one's perfect. Jeez. So yeah, no, that's not the right way. We have to do the stupid tile puzzle. I forgot all about it. So let's head back to the tile room. And then we'll do that, we'll get the Nightmare Key, and then we'll come back this way. Dodge these guys by diving. That is a nice little feature of the flippers. Get away. Now, you can, when you first come to this room, technically hit all the tiles with your Rock's Feather, but you have to swim to activate the last tile. It's really weird. So if you try to do it by jumping, you won't activate the last little shiny. And then there's an annoying little part up here. So you have to activate this guy, get to the other side. You have to activate him again, get up quickly the ladder, and then jump on top of him. Ugh. Come on. Alright, there we go. Pretty easy. Here we have the Nightmare Key. Silly me, forgetting about that. So let us continue on towards the actual boss. And we can actually use this heart now. Oh, I already have the feather equipped. Hello, bloopers, I'm back. Just another Mario reference. Little crossover again. That one likes to give up rupees. Alright, so let's take on this pretty easy boss. And based on this dungeon, you might expect he's a water boss, so he's our first boss we get to take on in the 2D style. Jeez. It is a colossal mouth bass. So all you have to do is hit his little lit up antenna there, and you can actually cheese it by just standing directly below it or above it and hacking away. And he's already dead. And because I had a piece of power, it was even easier. I like the little skull down there. That's a nice little touch. I wonder who that was. A previous adventure? And now we get the Surf Harp. So let's check out the little tune that this thing sends out. Oh, I have to hit the button. Yeah, definitely a different style than the previous instruments. So now we have to head to the bay, apparently. That's our next little clue. But first, as usual, we're going to do some side questing. And hello, who's this? It's Monbo. I do have an ocarina. And he's going to teach us a little song. Watch the eye. Silly. So this song is not vital to the game. It's kind of a little diversion, but it can be helpful. So it's actually a warping song. That takes you to kind of a central location in the map. Monbo's Mamba. We're not going to be using that for a little while yet. First, we're going to be collecting some heart pieces. So now that we have the flippers, it opens up quite a bit of an area that we couldn't access previously, including this little cave here. So if you dive off to the right, we get a heart, and that actually gives us a full heart container. And there's one more heart piece I want to get before we call it an episode. And then in the next episode, we'll start working towards Dungeon 5. And we do have a lot of side quests to do before we get to that point. Get away. So if you remember, there was a little moat around Richard's castle before. And you can actually get another heart piece in the moat. So you have to head to the west over here and then head south. And eventually we'll get over to the castle. And then we'll grab that heart piece and call it an episode. There's the castle. So let's head south. And what the hell is that? Okay. Apparently we're being haunted by a ghost. Dive. And here's our heart piece. And we will figure out what this ghost wants in my next episode. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching. And I will see you next time as we continue onward. So long. Hello everybody, this is the thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So we have a weird ghost following after us, and I am not exactly sure why that is. But hopefully we will find out in a little bit exactly why this ghost seems to be following us like a little puppy. But in the meantime, let's go on with our quest here and continue on with a couple little side quests. So we have a few secret seashells to pick up, and a couple other items as well. And eventually we're going to start making our way towards dungeon number 5, also known as the Catfish Maw. And I want to head back towards Richard's Villa because there's actually a secret seashell there that we can pick up now. The Flippers has opened up quite a bit of the world for us that we couldn't access before. So that's pretty awesome. Let's head out here onto the water, and you'll notice there's a little island. You want to cut the bush from above, or else the seashell will go into the water, and you won't get it. And that should be secret seashell number 18, I think? 17 or 18, one of the two. And next up, we are going to head south towards Animal Village. So we actually have to head north first to do that. And I'm already getting sick of that stupid little ditty that happens whenever we go onto a new screen with this ghost. Let's talk to that mermaid now that we have flippers. So it seems like she lost a necklace, and if we find it for her, then we can take a scale from her tail? Ooh, well that's exciting. I'm not sure what a mermaid scale is worth, but probably it's important. For something or another. Get away. Ugh. Alright, there's one more seashell down here on this little island as well, and that'll take us up to 19, I think. one more to go, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 19. The house. Take me to the house at the bay. Well, alright, Mr. Ghost, we will take you over to the house. Luckily, we just happen to be in the area. Let's see if I can get over these pits without falling. What do you think, viewers? Can I do it? Yep. So let's head in here. Yes, yes, I'm heading in now. So it looks like this ghost used to live here, probably. Poor thing. I like how Link's sprite was blocking out the dialogue in the box. And now we have to return him to his grave. But like I've been doing, we're gonna wait a little bit. I have a couple other things I want to do first. So hang with me a little bit longer, Ghost, and then we'll end your suffering. Let's jump and cut. And now that we've done that, we can head on over there and get another power. Yes, yes, jeez, I'll take you to your grave. And just because you did that, guess what? Now I'm gonna cut all of this grass and waste time. Don't you feel stupid now? Cutting grass. Cutting grass, not going to your grave. Alright, we'll continue onward. But we want another increase or upgrade in our items. And so we already got the upgrade for magic powder, and I told you there were 2 other mad batter upgrades. Well, there's another one when you head down here. Hello, buddy. Yes, yes, I woke you up, I know. Upgrade my stuff, please. I am ready. I will carry more bombs, thank you. How the ghost phases in and out, that's pretty cool. I know, it's terrible having to carry all this stuff. You are a terrible person. But look at that, 60 bombs. Awesome. Now we don't have to worry about bombs anymore, at least for quite a while. And now we can actually show off our second ocarina tune, too. So this is a teleporting tune, the Mamba Mambo, or vice versa. And so it always takes us to this little pond here. And now what we can do is head down, and you should remember, viewers, where the grave was. It's the one we threw the magic powder on a little bit earlier in the game. And it kind of gave us a little bit of a talking to, saying that wasn't nice to do that. Well, now we're returning the soul of its owner back to the grave. You're welcome. And apparently there's a jar inside of his house that's important. Yes, it's been so long since I've seen you last. So he tells us about the next dungeon, Catfish's Maw. And that you have to dive into the waters in order to access it. We'll get to that eventually, but first we have more side questing to do. We need to finish off our secret seashells, we have to continue our trading sequence, and we have to get our bow and arrow, because it's been long enough. We're gonna amass the rupees that we need to pick that up very soon. But first, let's head back to Animal Village, because we picked up the hibiscus that the goat girl was looking for. So that will allow us to continue with this trading quest. Now, if I remember correctly, I think her house was just north from here. Let's do some sprinting. And here we go. Hello, goat girl. I did. I'm a nice guy. You want something else from me? Jeez. I give, and they just keep asking. Mr. Wright. Oh, I remember Mr. Wright. Yes, I will take a letter to him. Well, I don't know if it's that great of a trade, but it's what we had to do. So let's use our teleport song again. And then from our little pond that we show up in, we will continue to the west, which will allow us to access Mr. Wright's house. And actually, why don't we try out the dash with the sword? Hey, that works pretty good. It's been a while since we've been in the mysterious forest, and we still can't get the item in that cave there. We'll have to come back after a dungeon or two down the way. But here is Mr. Wright's house, and you'll notice that the theme is very similar to the Goat Girls. Yes, I brought a letter. And there's a photo with the letter. That looks familiar. But, buddy, that is not what she looks like. She is not a toadstool or a peach. She's a goat. Sorry to tell ya. And all he has for us is a broom. Well, that's unfortunate. So, do you guys recognize Mr. Wright? I think he's from the SimCity game, actually. At least the SNES version. I think I kind of remember him being in that game. He was one of the people who kind of gave you the progress reports. But I might be way off. I haven't played that game in quite a while. That's just the vague recollection I have of a character named Mr. Wright. So who might need a broom? Well, there is a old woman in the Mabe village that, during the course of the last couple of minutes, suspiciously lost her broom. So now she needs a new one. How fortunate for us. Yes, it's for you. She's pretty excited. And she gives us a fishing hook. I liked her item acquisition pose a little bit better than Link's. Her mouth was kind of a little open and it looked cool. Alright, well, now we have to head back to Animal Village again so that we can use this hook to continue the trading quest. There's a fisherman just off of the coast of the shore area that needs a hook and he lost it, so now that we have it, we can return it to him and we'll get the next item. Aye. Alright, we're back. So let's continue onward. So much backtracking. It wouldn't be a Zelda game without it. Hey, Marin. Later. Alright, so let's head north here. Head one to the west, and then let's get in the water. And this area should look familiar. It's where we got a secret seashell before. And remember the owl statue there said, secrets are like water, something like that. I don't remember the exact clue that it gave us, but basically it was telling us to come under the bridge here. Yes, it's a fishing hook. Would you like it? Your next catch, huh? Okay. You couldn't happen to catch a magical instrument that would keep us from having to go into the next dungeon, could you? That would be nice. Whoa, Nelly! Uh-oh. That looks like something that's important. A necklace, huh? So anyone need a necklace that we recently talked to? Yeah, you guys remember. It's the mermaid. So let's swim over towards her. This is Dungeon 5, by the way, that we will be accessing in a little while. But in the meantime, let's talk to our beautiful mermaid. Give it back. Oh, he'll give us a scale, huh? Well, let us grab that. I make no promises. Alright, well, here's a scale. So what are we gonna use that for, I wonder? Wow, she's pretty excited. Alright. So that's pretty much as far as we can go in the trading sequence for now, anyway. There's a little bit left to do. But we will finish that up in a later episode. For now, let's head back to land, and I'm going to use our... Whoa. That's a nice perch you got there. Use our Mambo one more time to get back to Mabe Village. It is now time to get the bow and arrow after much delay. Now, I do not have enough rupees to get the bow and arrow, so what I'm going to have to do is do some farming in order to get enough rupees. We need 980 to purchase it, and we have 808. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head to the trendy game, and I'm going to use that to get rupees, because each time you play, you can get up to 2 rupee prizes that are worth 30 rupees apiece. And so I'm going to spend a little time doing that. I'm not going to make you watch me do that. But rather what I'll do is when I get close to the actual amount, I'll come back and then I'll show you how you can get your own rupees if you like. Alright, so I'm at 980 and I figured I would show you how to do this. So what you do is you move the crane over to this edge and then you wait. And when the rupee piece gets to the middle of the far right, you tap the A button once and you should be able to pick it up. And so I did that about 10 or 11 times, and that got me up to maximum rupees. Didn't take too long, a couple minutes. But now we have enough to get our bow and arrow. And actually enough to get some extra arrows too. So we'll head into the shop here and make our purchase. And once I'm done with this, I'll show you guys a little secret involving the shop. You're welcome. Now give us a few more arrows and then we'll be happy. Man, that's so expensive. So this should take us up to 30 arrows. Well, I'll only be back because I have to. Alright, so let me show you a little secret involving the shop. So you can actually steal stuff from the shop. So what you have to do is try to get the shopkeeper looking in the opposite direction. And if you can get to the door... Nope. When he's doing that, you can actually leave without having to pay for the item. So let's see if we can get him... Ah, there we go. I got it for free. I am proud of myself. So as you can see, we have the bow and arrow, and we didn't have to pay anything for it. That's pretty sweet. Now the problem with this, take that chicken, is that your name is now changed to Thief, and for the rest of the game you will be called Thief by everybody. And I really don't want that to happen. And also what happens is when you go back into the shop, the shopkeeper kills you off. And since I don't want to die, we're just going to pay for it. So, as always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you in my next episode. Hello, everybody. This is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So, today we're going to put on our Pegasus boots, and we're going to go for a nice little jaunt down towards the beach. And that is because, as mentioned by the ghost in our previous episode, there's a special item that is hidden in the house down by the bay. And so we're going to go pick that up. Ugh. Stupid urchins. And so to get there, obviously we're gonna traverse an old path that we've been down before, but it shouldn't take us too long because obviously we can sprint. But that last item that we can pick up is in the house, and it's under a barrel, and it is our 20th secret seashell. Let's go to the right here, pick these up, and bingo! Secret seashell number 20. So that'll allow us to cash them in now and get a new special item. Any guesses, viewers, what that special item might be? It is something pretty awesome. Ugh. But it won't help us get over pits, unfortunately. I will spoil that much. I would love to have, like, winged boots or something that would allow you to just walk over pits. That would be an outstanding item. But alas, not in this game. So let's slowly make our way back towards the Seashell Mansion and see if we can actually get a couple of hearts along the way. Because we want to be at full hearts for once we get this item for no particular reason, or at least not any that I'm going to say. And these rhinos usually give up hearts, so there we go. Good deal, and alright. So let's see what we get. Will it make it? I sure hope so. Whoa. Glad that's not hurting Link. Oh man, is that the Mace Immune? No. But it is our level 2 sword. Quick! Write your name on it! Because that's the most important thing to do. And as you can see, when you're at full hearts, it shoots off a little beam like other Zelda games. Ugh. Well, it was shooting off a beam. I immediately got hit and now I can't use it anymore. Ugh. Oh well. There'll be plenty of opportunities to see it in action in the very near future because we are going to be moving on to dungeon number 5. Which is the Catfish's Maw, and it is an annoying dungeon. Compared to the previous 4, this one's going to take a little bit of time, and it actually might require me to go into a second episode. So an artist wanted to scale the magnifying lens. Well, that is the outcome of the trading sequence, actually. So we'll be getting that in the very near future. But first, let us use our little tip of diving and head into this dungeon. Use our Rock's Feather to get to the surface quicker. And here we go. So this dungeon's a little tricky. You're going to be doing a lot of backtracking, and there's a lot of these stupid little armored slime guys, which I hate. Because the only way you can hit them is from behind. And a lot of the doors, like the one there to the left, require you to kill off all of the enemies in the room to open them. Well, we got lucky there. So this should be the compass. And actually we don't have to kill these guys because that door we are not going to be going through for a little bit. We're going to head downstairs first. Ugh. And here's a little action sequence. Jeez, try to jump on these weights. And here's one where you have to balance all 4 of them. That worked out pretty well. And all of this is to get a key that'll allow us to access that door that was in the 3rd room we went through. Don't be throwing bones at us, you jerks. I guess they're just gonna do whatever it takes to keep us from having full hearts. But push these blocks in, and there's a key. I wonder what's over here to the left. What do you think, viewers? An empty room with a skull pattern. Well, keep that in mind, because that's going to come into play a little bit later. But for now, let's use our Mambo to return to the entrance. That takes the place of the magic mirror from Links to the Past. And if you want, you can also save and exit and then come back in. That works too. Now, fun fact about these shield guys is that with your beam attack, which we just lost, of course, you can hit them from the side with the beam and it'll actually kill them. I don't think you can hit them from the front still. No. But it does make them a little bit easier to kill off. Jeez. Oh, this is fun. Good lord. Well, Piece of Power is gonna help. we can get this guy. There we go. And, do I go north? No. I have to go left. Yeah, this dungeon is not 100% committed to memory, so it's gonna take me a little bit of time to figure it out. Ugh. Let's try throwing some pots at him. Come here. Ugh. Come on, you stupid bubble. Took it for the team. God dang it. I hate these guys so much. There we go. Not that that's an essential chest, actually. I think it's, well, the map. That's a good thing. Yeah, it's worthwhile. It's good to have the map. Helps you keep track of where you're at. Now, you might have noticed in that room to the left and up that there was a little hook across the room, and that gives you a little bit of insight into what the special item of this dungeon might be. Because this game does a really good job of requiring you to use the special item from a given dungeon in that actual dungeon. Uh-oh. This room looks familiar, and jeez! Ah, looks like it's a Staffelsnite. Let's bomb him. This is actually the Staffelsnite Master. It's pretty easy. But he's got a pretty unique little ability too, because now that we bombed him 3 times, watch what happens. He's a coward, so he runs away. And there are actually 4 rooms in this dungeon that he can appear in, depending on where you are in the sequence with him. And he has stolen the item from this chest. So we have to beat him in order to get it. And as you saw, Master Staffels. Or Master Skull, I suppose. Restock our bombs. So the second room is up here. And I'm probably going to get hit multiple times by these bubbles. Well, that worked, I guess. And we can run through these if you remember from the 3rd dungeon. Yes, yes, I know. Oh, come on. Die. Get up there. Alright. So this room comes into play later after we actually get the special item for this dungeon. We can't do the secret little thing in here that you need to do eventually to get the nightmare key. So we're just gonna head up here and kill off this slime. And see if there's any hearts or anything underneath these jars. Awesome. So yeah, we have to do a ton of backtracking in this dungeon. Oh no. Ugh. And especially when we're searching for that night guy. I think the next room is to the right there, so goodbye. All right. Okay. Battle number 2. Now for all of the battles leading up to the last one, the first 3, if you do have the level 2 sword, which some people call the noble sword, and you have the beam attack because you have full health. Oh, come on, buddy, don't run away. All right, well, we'll chase you. You actually can damage him with the beam attack without having to bomb him. But the last time you fight him, you have to use bombs. It is a requirement to kill him off. So we have some chests that we can't quite access yet. Again, the special item from this dungeon will open up all of this stuff for us. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to get what we can and check out some different rooms. And I don't know if I need bombs or not. I don't think I do. I guess. Never hurts to get them. Alright, I probably should have... Yeah, let's switch screens. Let's go after him right away. There we go. And the reason we killed the slime over to the left is because you have to kill all 3 of them to open this door here. And what might be in this room to the north, you might ask? Well, round 3. Fight. But unfortunately, we can't use a fatality yet. We just gotta hit him 2 more times, and then he'll run off like the coward that he is. I like his shield, though. Pretty cool. And now he went all the way back to that room that was in the basement from the first part of this dungeon. If you remember, there was an empty room I went to. And I said we would be coming back to it. Well, now is that time. After we get the stone slab piece, let's use the Mamba to head back to the entrance. And then we can finally take out the Staffos Master. This is definitely a time saver, because obviously if I would have had to go back through all those rooms, that would have taken probably 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm glad I got that. And it is optional. I mean, you don't have to get that song. At least I don't think you do. I don't remember you needing it for anything. And a piece of power, that's awesome. That should make the Staffos Master a little bit easier. Let's see if we can do this action scene again. Oh yeah. We got mad jumping skills. Mario ain't got nothing on us. Stupid plumber. Well, that worked. Alright, the final encounter. And this guy is not even the mini-boss for this dungeon. This is all extra stuff that we have to do. You'd think they would have made him the mini-boss, but oh no. Wait a minute, why didn't he go down? Uh-oh. Come on. Get him. Ow! Cooperate, jerk. Okay, let me guess once more. Come on, do it. Yes. And what do we get? Another classic Zelda item. The hook shot. Boing. So now this lets us access a whole bunch of stuff in this dungeon we couldn't get to before. But of course, we're going to use our Mamba once more to get back to the entrance. And hey, that's cool. My piece of power is still activated. That's one of the benefits of not using the save and exit feature, Ron, is that you don't lose stuff like the piece of power, or if you're into Guardian Acorns, you don't lose those either. Oh yeah, 200 rupees. Now we're gonna need about 300 for a little area after this dungeon, so that puts us well on the way to that total. Ow. And with the hook shot, we can actually grab these little guys' masks. Now they are completely vulnerable to our attacks. So which way do I have to go here? North, it looks like. Oh, come on. And if you can manage to hit these guys now from the back or the side, come on. They'll actually just die, which is nice. No, it wasn't left, it was north. Right, so we're gonna head to the left first, and then we'll come back for that little switch. Now, you could have technically done this with the Rock's Feather, but you had to be very precise. And the problem is, once you got in here, you would have had to make a really well-timed running jump to get to the bottom there in order to grab this key. So the hook shot just makes it a lot easier. And I don't think you can get more than 30 arrows. Let's see. Nope. So we're maxed out on arrows. So that was pointless. Oh well. And obviously we don't need that either, so let's grab this little hook. And I'm gonna guess there's probably a fairy or something underneath this jar that's kind of suspiciously placed. Yeah, we don't need it. So instead, let's take out this anti-fairy. I said, take out the anti-fairy. There we go. And we're gonna take on the mini-boss. So, no fooling, this time it is the mini-boss, and we need our hookshot or bow and arrow. So, you guys might notice this guy from a previous Zelda. His name is Gorma or Goma or something like that. And there's actually 2 of them in this version. He walks back and forth like an idiot, and as you'll notice, he'll stop, and if he's shaking, that means he's gonna charge at you and try to kill you. But if he's not shaking, then he's gonna open up his eye, which allows you to attack him. Otherwise, he's invulnerable. Pretty close, buddy, but you missed. So we just have to wait. There's an opportunity. Nope. Charge. And since, you know, we don't want to use up our arrows, that's why I'm using the hook shot. I don't know if the bow and arrow is more damaging or not, but obviously we have infinite uses of the hook shot, so I'm just going to use that. Come on. Open your eye. Ugh. And yeah, we are only about halfway done with this dungeon, so once I beat this guy, I think I'm going to call it an episode, and we'll just finish it up in my next one. Assuming this guy ever opens up his eye. Come on. Come on. There we go. Kill him. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Alright, so my next episode will finish up Catfish's Maw. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. And so, I do not have the Nightmare's key for this dungeon yet, so we're gonna have to go looking for that. It is pretty much the only thing left that we need to finish this sucker off. Except, of course, there's a couple more treasure chests as well with some items for us, so we'll be getting that as well. So let us continue upward here, take out our little skeleton knights. Staffos Master, where are you now? Dead, that's where. Okay, so looks like to the north here, if I can dodge these bubbles. Nope. Is where I need to go. And the Nightmare Key is actually up here to the north. So way back last episode I mentioned that you needed to dive into the middle of this pool. Well, we needed the hook shot first in order to get the actual item. So now that we do have that, all we have to do is do a little bit of swimming. Hello, Goomba. And bloopers. Head up here to the ladder, and this will take us to the room with the Nightmare Key. Use your hook shot. And hopefully there aren't any slimes or anything. No, good. And bingo, Nightmare's Key. So now all we have left are a couple of chests with some rupees in them, and then we'll be able to take on the master of this dungeon. The Master Nightmare, as they're called. It's kind of annoying when you're underwater and you can't swim faster. I mean, they allow you to do that when you're on the overworld. So it's kind of weird that they don't when you're underwater. No, I don't want that. Guardian Acorn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get through there. Man. Get the heart, please. Go, go, go. Okay. So now we need to head north. Dodge the bubble. Jeez. And now we have the capability to get these chests over here. Well, that didn't work. Come on. Let me across. There we go. I guess I'll just use my hook shot. Looks like this is kind of designed for that, although I should have been able to do it with the Rock's Feather. 50 rupees. Very nice. And then down here, we have a small key. Essential to reach the boss's chamber. And here is our last chest. Another 50 rupees. So that takes us across the 300 threshold that we needed to get a special song once we leave this dungeon. Oh. Okay, I'll go this way, and thank you, game, for forcing me to fall into a pit. That was very nice of you. Jerks. So more backtracking. And more bubbles. Bush. Ugh. And it's stupid that you have to go off the screen to reset it. But oh well. So you might have noticed this little passageway before, and I didn't take it because it goes to the boss. I'll just leave that rupee. What the? Alright. Go for a little swim, Link. Jeez. So here are a couple extra rooms that we need to finish off this dungeon and complete our map. So can we get lucky enough to get a fairy out of this anti-fairy? Because I could really use it. Come on. Of course not. And here's your clue about the Nightmare's Key. To dive where the torches cross. Which is what we did. So there's our destination. And here's our little key block that we needed the small key for. Let's go through, use our hook shot, and then it's boss time. So what sort of baddie are we gonna get in here? It's the catfish's maw, so another swimming type enemy. You're gonna eat me. How are you gonna do that? What the? Jeez! Oh man. Okay, I guess you can eat me since your head is bigger than my body. So yeah, this battle requires the hook shot. What you have to do is dodge this tail. Ow. Not like that. Use your, ow, hook shot to pull this guy's head out, and you want to be at least halfway through the room so that you can access this heart piece in his body. And then slash away at it. And you have to do quite a bit of damage to it to take him out. Apparently you have to be very precise with your hook shots. Come on, come to the right. And not there, go to the top. Alright, slash. Now obviously if you haven't, ow, what the hell? What was that? I've never seen that happen before. And I'm down to 2 hearts, lovely. Well viewers, is this it? Is this gonna be my first death in this game? I had one in my Final Fantasy playthrough recently. Maybe this is the first Zelda one. No, of course not. I am not gonna die in this game. This is my proclamation. What do you mean I'm a fool? You're the fool. The dead fool. Sweetheart Restore. And what is this? Xylophone? Marimba? Okay. Not my favorite sounding instrument, but it played the tune we need. An island secret in the shrine. Huh. Alright, well, let us get out of here. And we're gonna go and do a little bit of side questing. Because now that we have the hook shot, it opens up a couple of areas that we can get to. So one of those areas is the signpost maze, as it's called. And So to get to that, we're gonna have to use our Mamba. No, not jump. To head back towards Mabe Village. And then we're gonna have to head to the south, and it's just to the east and south of the entrance to Mabe. And that's a very interesting area. Now, you technically could have accessed it without the hookshot, but to complete it, you need the hookshot. So there really wasn't any reason to go over there. So we'll dodge these guys, and my arch enemy, the running jump. Let's see if we can pull it off or not. Woohoo! Got it. Alright, so let's start at this sign up here. And let me get the hook shot out. So it tells you to go in a particular direction, and you have to follow that direction completely. And so go to the next sign that's in the direct line of whatever the arrow showed. So that would be this sign. So then always line up with the actual sign direction and then head over in that way. And you're gonna notice enemies. There are a ton of slimes in here. Little baddies, ow, hiding underneath bushes and rocks. But this is where you need the hook shot, because there was no other way to access this sign. So I wonder which way it's gonna tell us to go. North, huh? Alright, we will head that head that way. Looks like it's this one. Now, if you talk, so to speak, to the wrong sign in the sequence, basically it'll give you a really annoying buzzer sound, and then you'll have to start over from the first sign. But obviously we're not going to make that mistake. And you shouldn't either, because I'm showing you exactly which order you need to do these in. Almost there. Head to the right here. We'll head down, I would assume. And then probably to the left after we pick up this stone. Alright. Oh, that guy didn't activate for whatever reason. Now he does. Alright, bingo bango, there's our stairway. So what great reward are we gonna get? Oh my god, it's Wart. What the hell are you doing here, Mamu? Shouldn't you be scaring plumbers in their dreams? Why would I pay you 300 rupees to listen to a song? Oh, because I need it to finish the game. Well, let's see this song of yours. Oh my god. My ears! You guys suck! There's a big rutabaga I can throw into your mouth when I need it. Yeah. Well, thank you for the song, but you guys should not quit your day jobs. Keep practicing. So it livens up unliving things. Interesting. Well, we will keep that in mind. So that is it for the signpost maze. So next up, we're going to continue onward. And we're going to head back towards Animal Village. Because finally, we can finish off the trading sequence. Now that we have the hook shot. And we can access a couple of little secrets that we couldn't before in Animal Village. So that should be fun. So let's start sprinting around here. And we're going to head first back towards where the walrus was sitting, guarding the desert, that we got the key for the 4th dungeon from. And if you play Marin's song, well, we'll get a little scene here. No, it's not Marin. Yeah, it's me. Aw, poor thing. Sorry. I didn't mean to, deceive you. Okay, maybe I did. Alright, and so in this cave we can get another heart piece. So let's get out our bombs, because we need to bomb through that northern wall by throwing a bomb up there. That should do it. Alright, 2 for 1. Took out the enemy too. Bats. Now we need to throw a bomb to the south here and blow up that cracked rock. And with our hook shot, we can head over there and get that heart piece. And of course, this little guy respawns. He's gonna keep doing that because we didn't kill him. But we will just keep killing him off each time by knocking him into the abyss. Sweet, piece of heart. Alright. So now we can finish off the trading sequence. So if you remember back a couple episodes, I showed you a path to the southwest of Animal Village. And that was a path that took us to a location of a secret seashell that was next to a sign shaped like an owl. Well, there was a little area down there that you could use your hook shot to access. But obviously we didn't have it, so we couldn't do it. But lo and behold, now we do. Ow. Ow. So let's access it by running into all of these enemies repeatedly. Alright, here we go. And this will take us up to where the mermaid statue was. So, if you remember, the mermaid mentioned that someone was making a statue of her. Well, we can put in that scale, and it makes some steps appear. Head north, and we get the magnifying glass. So this is an interesting item. It's kind of a setup for the Lens of Truth in later Zelda games, but it allows you to see enemies and certain things that you couldn't before. So I'm going to go over to the beach that's to the south of Mabe Village, and we're going to get an item that's over there. So I will meet you over there in a little bit. Alright, so we're on the beach. And I'm going to fill in some of my map squares that I've never gotten so far, just to complete my map. And I'm going to show you the location of a special item that should be quite familiar to Zelda vets, because it's one of the first items you usually get in a Zelda game. But as you can see, we have this little area with a point in the wall we can bomb open. And in this area is a little guy we can see now that we have the Lens of Truth, or magnifying lens as it's called in this game. And he offers to trade you for whatever item you have in your B slot. So if you equip the shovel, that's the one item that he wants. He won't take any other item. In exchange, he will give you the boomerang, which is an incredibly useful weapon in this game. Now you can trade it back too if you want the shovel back, but it's not really worth it. So in my next episode, viewers, we will continue onward. As always, thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my Let's Play of Link's Awakening. So we have finished up for the most part with most of our side questing. There's only a little bit left to do, and we can't really do anything until after the next dungeon. And I don't think there's really anything in here other than that secret seashell we got before. I was hoping there'd be some hearts, but no. So let us move on as we attempt my some inventory management, but also to do a running jump. Still, after this many hours of playing, I cannot pull this off on the first try. This might be the biggest bane of my existence. Although there are some other games with some other tasks that I am not good at whatsoever. Ow. Now let's get in the water. We're gonna start heading towards dungeon number 6. So we finished up with Catfish's Maw, which is this dungeon last time. And that leaves dungeon number 6, which we have not accessed yet. And it is actually called the Face Shrine. And it's to the north of where Animal Village is, and we can actually stun these guys and maybe kill them with the boomerang. Yeah, awesome. So now these little electric guys don't stand a chance against us. This boomerang is incredibly overpowered. It's amazing what it can do. Hi there, Mr. Owl. Yes, I know. There are 2 shrines, one to the south where I should go first. I will do that. Thank you. Got it. Bam! And that's another little secret with the boomerang. You can use it to kill off flying enemies, and some of them you can actually turn into fairies to refill your hearts. That's pretty awesome. And secret tip, they also work on bubbles, which means we don't have to worry about them for much longer. Now, down here we have these little soldier guys, and because we're playing this on the Game Boy player for the Gamecube, you can actually tell which of them are going to come to life if you run into them, because they're discolored, since they can move around. Now, normally if you're playing the normal version, or even, geez, the DX version, they're going to be the same color, so you're not going to be able to tell just by this which ones are the ones that move and which aren't. But as long as you have your shield out, you can actually bump into them without activating them. Now up here to the north and right, one of them is covering up some steps, which you can actually see right there. And this is actually a secret seashell. But since we already got our 20 and cashed them in for our sword, now all of the ones that were in chests have become rupees. So from now on, if we find a chest that's got about 20 rupees in it, come on, buddy. Alright, now we can move them. Then that's usually a sign that it was a secret seashell at some point. Alright, not much farther to go. Just a couple more screens and then we'll be to the Southern Face Shrine. In fact, they're just up that steps there. And we're gonna have a mini-boss fight, which is very reminiscent of a fight in the previous game, Link to the Past. And luckily, we have a particular weapon that we can use to take them out. And these pots are gonna give you a little bit of a sign of what you need, and that is the bow and arrow. Now I think technically you can still use your sword and bombs against them, but I always just wait until I get the bow and arrow to take them on. And I guess we have to activate them. So it's Armos night time. So just keep blasting away with your bow and arrow. And as long as you're far enough away, even though it stuns you when he drops, you won't be able to close the distance fast enough. Jeez. And obviously he takes progressive damage. Too bad we can't see his brain there, just his eyeballs. And that gives us the face key. So now we can access the Face Shrine, which is dungeon number 6. And up here, we have a little tapestry. But to read it, we have to light these torches. A scene on the lid of a sleeper's eye. Awake the dreamer, and Koholint will vanish, much like a bubble on a needle. Castaway, you should know the truth. Wow. Yeah, we've heard kind of allusions to that from other people. That this is all a dream of some sort. A la Super Mario Brothers 2 or Doki Doki Panic. But I'm not sure if I believe that or not. I guess we'll find out. Oh, not you again. I literally saw you like 5 minutes ago. Probably less than 5 minutes ago. Yes, I don't really believe it right now, but we'll see. Well, we will find out very soon because we have very little left to do. Just a couple more dungeons. I always trust my feelings. Now get out of here. You're so annoying. Alright, well let's head back to the north and we'll access the next dungeon and we'll finish off this episode by taking on a little bit of it. The dungeons are going to get super long from now on, so 6, 7, and 8 are all probably around 20 minutes to a half hour to complete. So I'm probably not going to be able to beat them in a single episode. So I'll have to be creative in my editing. Because obviously I'll beat them all in one go when I'm recording, but I'll have to edit them down into reasonable chunks for you all to watch. I think there's an owl statue up here. Well, that was optimistic. Ow. There we go. I forgot for a second there I can use my boomerang to take those guys out. Alright, so that's where we need to get, to that little island there. In order to get into the water, we have to actually go to the north here. So we'll have to go through these rocks. And then up here, a screen, there's actually 2 of these bomb guys. Ow. And there's also a cave. And this allows you to access a fairy if you need it. One of the great ones that can restore all your hearts. I'm only missing half a heart, that's not too bad. And if you head over here, there's a landing there that you can use to get up into the mountains, but we'll get to that eventually. For now, let's head over to the island and try to enter this little stairway. We'll see if we can get past this Armos Knight guy here. Or whatever he is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to activate him. Ow. We'll use our invincibility from getting hit. And this is why we couldn't go here before, because we need the hook shot. And of course we needed the face key. And we need to head down here first. Because it can't be right by the door. No, it has to be down on a little platform below. Very dramatic. Alright, so let's head on in and see what we're gonna find. Alright, so this place is basically cut into 2. So there's a left side and a right side. So we're gonna start with the left, and we get the introduction of Wizrobes. Lovely enemies. Still not as bad as Zelda 1 where they can move around the room, but still pretty annoying. They only can be hurt by bombs in this game. So you can't use your sword on them. And we also have crystal switches, so isn't that lovely? So I'm going to try to hit this, and I want to be actually on top of the block when I hit it. So that basically, there we go, I can get to the other side of it. Now, normally you would go to the left there, and that's going to eventually take you around to a place where you get the stone slab piece. And if you read this, it says you have to look for the place where the wall has eyes. And basically that's back a couple of rooms here. There's a little point on the wall, as you can see with these torches, that I guess serve as eyes. And you can bomb open the wall here. And you do want to have the crystal switch in the position it's in right now, because there's going to be a point at the other end of this little area where you need the blocks to be down in their current formation. Those are some weird statues. Kind of look like elephants, I guess? Oh, there's one more slime. There we go. Oh man, look at that guy. So we have to do some jumping. And get by him. Okay. And there's another one. Let's go. Oh man, jeez, that was close. And as you can see, thankfully, those blocks are down. So now we're gonna have to kill off some Wizrobes. So I'm gonna stun them with my boomerang and then drop a bomb. Now you can actually just time bombs too, like so that they explode when they appear. But I like to stun them first with the boomerang. And there we go, we already got the special item of this dungeon. The level 2 power bracelet, or Titan's mitt if you will. So that lets you pick up stuff at a quicker pace, as you can see. And it also lets you pick up these green elephant statues, which is important because there are certain rooms like this one where the only way you can get through the door that's closed is to throw one of these statues at it. So let's do that. And we're gonna pick up some rupees and a couple chests back here. I am happy. Now, the description said you can pick up a whale when you got the power bracelet. I'm not sure about that. That's pretty optimistic of Link's strength. Alright, so now that we have that, let's continue onward to the left. I'm gonna, again, try to get to the other side of this little block with it up. Come on, we can do this. Let's try it again. There we go, cool. I'll open this door. There's actually a little switch underneath this pot up here. And now we're gonna get an annoying Wizrobe room. You might actually be able to hurt these guys with bow and arrow too. I've never tried that because we are so limited in the number of arrows that we can have at this point until we get our next power up where we can carry more. Get this guy, let's hit that switch, and now let's bomb him into submission. And we'll get those arrows, and yeah, we actually have to be on the other side to get that chest. And I think that's the map. So at last, we get the map. About time. Now, to go north, we need to break open that door with a pot. But first, let's get our fragment of the stone slab, even though I already told you what it said. And now we can go through. Ugh. With our trusty guardian acorn, I do love it so much. I do love the level 2 bracelet, though. It makes picking up things a lot quicker. We'll be back for you, door. But first, let's get the compass, and there's actually a small key to the far right in a little room that we have to go to. Yes, yes, thank you. We know about the compass by now. It is the 6th dungeon. So hit the switch once. And let me get my Pegasus boots out, make this a little quicker. Those chess pieces. The little knights, those are going to come into play in a little while, and those are really annoying. I hate them with a passion. Alright, Wizrobes. Down you go. Jeez. I never knew that if you go into your menu in the middle of a bomb flash that it made the menu look all weird too. That's kind of cool. So basically those horse pieces are going to come into play in a little while because you have to activate them in order to open doors. And they are so annoying. You have to throw them around until both of them are basically in the up position. And it's seemingly incredibly random to determine when that happens. We're gonna have to use them in here to get back out. But first, let's grab this chest and head up the stairs. Sweet. We're getting quite a bit of rupees here. And this is a nice little raft ride we're gonna be taking later. But this chest, as you saw, was 20 rupees. And basically that was another secret seashell that you could get. One of the 26 available in the game, even though you need 20 to get the level 2 sword. Alright, so are you guys going to cooperate? No. You have to get them both in the up position to open the door. And they are not cooperating at all. Alright, come on. Ugh. Come on. You know what? Screw you. I have to go back to the entrance anyway because we're done with the left side. So let's just use our ocarina. And let's get started on the right. Halfway done. Making pretty good time. I can't move. Jeez. Okay. Now this room is fun, because we get the appearance of the floor tiles that come after you. And in this game they decided to make it so that as long as you're using your shield, you are invincible against them. You just pull out your shield, defend, and they can't hurt you. So that worked pretty well. And we could go north there, but we're going to start off by going to the right first. So let's pick up one of these statues and get through that door. And this is going to be 4 Wizrobes we have to take out. Ow. Let's see if we can get 2 at once. Wow, I got all 3. That's pretty cool. Alright. Now, we want to go north because I don't think we can do anything down here yet. We're going to have to find a crystal switch to be able to go through there and get that chest. So in the meantime... Okay, I dropped a bomb somehow. Ow. Let's head to the north here. And we'll pick up an extra small key. And then we will call it an episode. And so my next episode, we're going to continue onward and finish up the face shrine. Jeez, get the guy. So as always, viewers, yeah, die. Thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So we are going to try to finish up this face shrine. So in order to do that, we need to head through a couple more rooms, and I'm not sure if I can do this yet. And unfortunately, that door just shut behind me. Can I just use a pot to open it? No. Of course it's not that easy. I have to kill off the enemies, which means I get to wait as this little idiot shoots around. There we go. Yeah, we need to hit a crystal switch at some point to lower those blocks so we can get through there. Now then, to continue north here, as you might expect, we can blow a hole in the wall. So let's set this bomb, and then I'm going to see if there's anything that we can get for spoils underneath these pots. Nothing too great. Okay, first mini-boss. You have to dodge this guy and then, come on, pick up his stupid little ball. There we go. And then, obviously, you want to try to actually hit him with it. Come here. And if you can get into a pattern here like that for a while I had going. Makes that stupid little sound. Ow! Man, I might die here. Come here. Oh, for cripe's sake. Ugh. Kill him! Thank you. Man. That is probably harder than what the final boss is going to be for this dungeon. Ugh. Well, anyway. So this is a loop. If you continue north there, basically it's going to hook you all the way back to the beginning of the area here, down to the south. So what you need to do is pick up this statue, take these stairs down. And now we have a little bit of platforming to do. Jump, jump, and jump. All right, that worked pretty well. And now we can just stay along the top here. That worked out. So this is another room where the floor tiles come after you. You need to find a place in the room to protect yourself, so I'm going to come up here. Oh man, that almost pushed me off the screen. That would have sucked. Now we'll be heading south there eventually, but that's ultimately where we need to go. But first we want to do something else, and that's get this key. So let's platform over there, jump, pick it up, and then we're going to head to the north. So this is going to loop back to a room that we saw before that we can now access. And yeah, I can use these bombs. And I think to open this door we have to use this elephant statue. And oh dear God, not these stupid chess pieces. Come on, get on the first try. Ugh. This is gonna take a while, I bet. I hate these things so much. They take forever to work. Seriously, viewers, if any of you have tips that seem to work on how to get these things to both be up much quicker, I would appreciate knowing what they are. Because I flail around with them for a long time, and eventually I just get lucky, I guess. Come on! It was so nice of the programmers to make this a vital component to opening that stupid door. Thank God. And that's not the last time we're gonna have to do that. Oh no, we have to do it again in a little bit. Uh-oh, that womp is gonna come after me. Fortunately, we can just run underneath them. So that works pretty well. Now, pro tip, if you play Marin's song, you can actually kill off these little bunnies fairly easily. Otherwise, of course, we could have thrown those pots at them, but why do that when we can just kill them all at once? And we have a couple more chests to pick up, and then we'll be ready to continue onward. And there's actually another mini-boss in this dungeon. So we have to fight 2 instead of just 1. Which isn't fair, but there's not much we can do about it. This chest better be worth it. 200 rupees, I guess that's worth it. The bigger deal is also that there's a crystal switch. So that means we can finally hit it and go back and get that chest from a couple rooms ago. But now we have to do these stupid chess pieces again. I'm debating whether it would be quicker to just use my ocarina to go back to the entrance. I don't think that would be helpful. So let's keep throwing these guys until I get lucky. Come on. Do it. Game. Come on. Thank you. I had to channel my inner H.C. Bailey there. And apparently it worked, so maybe I need to do that more often. Alright, come on. Let's continue on here. No more flim-flam. No more wasting time. Let's take out this next mini-boss. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bomb them. Alright. And I don't like the fact that we have these holes. Okay. Come on. Eat my bombs. Eat them. So if you remember from the third dungeon, I think it was, it takes 3 bombs to kill these guys off. 3 each. I think I got 2 on both of them. So 1 more each and we should be good. Come on, eat that. Ugh. Man. Cooperate. There we go. You guys suck. Thank goodness. Now what's over here? Okay, I think this is the way to the Nightmare Key. Which I don't think I have yet. So let's get this key switch. Let's head north here, and then we'll be able to get the Nightmare Key. Now, this is a fun little puzzle. So you can't actually open this chest unless you throw a pot at it. It's kind of weird, but I like it. I mean, I think it's kind of cool that they added in that element of having to experiment a little bit. And we're just gonna jump down because there's no reason for us to backtrack through all those rooms. Especially since we want to get to that room from a little bit earlier that we couldn't access before. Yeah, let's just use our boomerang. That thing is so powerful, and I'm guessing this means the whiz robes are gonna be back. Oh yeah. Let's bomb them. And I only got 1. Figures. I guess I got lucky the first time. I took out 3 of these guys at once. So I can't complain too much. Now that chest up there is actually not really going to be helpful for us. I think it's supposed to be a magic potion that you can rub onto yourself in order to get a full health restore when you die. And yeah, you have to jump on top of these blocks to get over here. But because we already have it, it turns into the 50 rupees. And now we need to continue onward. So let's head back to that room up here where we have to head downstairs one more time. And then we'll go back to that room with all the floor tiles and we'll head south. And that should take us to the final boss of this dungeon anyway. Yeah, these dungeons are getting pretty long, and the next one is a pain in the ass, let me tell you. I'm not looking forward to Dungeon 7. It is very frustrating. Oh man. Stay away, Link. Alright, we gotta kill these slimes. And apparently I can't kill that middle thing. Oh, not even with the boomerang? Jeez. Alright, there's 2 more. 1 more slime. Come on, buddy. There we go. Get out of here. Okay. So we have to kill that whiz robe so we can get through the door, and then we'll be right near the boss. The trick is, can we get to it without getting shot by that stupid laser beam? Probably not. Ow. I wonder if I come at him from the top, if that would work better. It'll give me more room to move around. Okay, stun him. Uh-oh, did that work? Yes! Alright. So, 2 of these torches aren't lit. That's weird. So let's light them. Sweet. And let's take on a boss, shall we? So what do you think the boss of the face shrine is, viewers? What beastie are we gonna face? That's right, it's a freaking face in the middle of the floor. And his weakness is bombs. So all you need to do is whenever he starts to open his eyes, place a bomb on top of him. And dodge these little floor tiles. He's not too tough. But you do want to try to beat him before he uses up all of the stuff in the room, because if he manages to throw all of the tiles and the pots at you, which he didn't do, he'll start making little holes in the floor that you can fall through. So fortunately we took him out before that. And he's telling us again, like many others, that waking the windfish might lead to all of our destruction. Anything under here? Of course not. Alright, what's the instrument this time? Wow, the triangle. I always felt bad for the people who played the triangle in band. Well, that was something. Not sure what it was, but it was something. And now we need to head to the mountains. Alright, so we need to do a little bit of item collecting first, because we're not going to be able to access the next dungeon without an item. And that is a special item that we have to head back to Mabe Village for. But on the way, there is one cave I want to go to, because now it's available for us to pick up a chest. And that's one that's been around since very early in the adventure. It's back here in the mysterious forest. It's this cave. So now that we have the hook shot, we can head in here and get this chest. Not that it's anything super important. Just some rupees. But hey, you can never have too many rupees. Unless you have 999, in which case you can't get any more. Alright, and now let's head back to Mabe. It's hard to believe that this adventure is almost over. We just have 2 more dungeons to go and then the final boss. So probably within the next 4 or 5 episodes I'll be done with this game, which is pretty crazy to think about. Then I'll have played and LP'd my 2 favorite Zelda games. But have no fear, viewers, there are certainly other Zelda games that I want to LP eventually. Alright, so we need a tip. And I don't think I've ever talked to the telephone before to get some advice from Orira, who is an old man of the island. And so if you get stuck, obviously use these telephones to get tips, and he's going to tell us about a flying rooster. Reminiscent of the flying duck of Link to the Past. It's lying under the weathercock. Or weather vane, I suppose. Well, let's head up there and see if we can figure out how to access it. So here's the weather vane. Ah, now that we have the level 2 bracelet, we can actually move it. And here is the remains of the flying rooster. Well, remember, viewers, a couple episodes ago we picked up this song from Wart that allows us to infuse life into inanimate objects. And that's why it's vital, because we need this flying rooster to continue the game. Look at his little pose there. Sweet. So now we have a nice little rooster that's following us around. And we can actually pick him up and fly with him. So that means now we can access some areas we couldn't before. So you may or may not remember when we were on the quest much earlier in the game before Dungeon 3 for Richard, getting the golden leaves, there was an area near his castle that we couldn't access because it had a ton of pits next to it. Well, now with the flying rooster we can actually get across there and see what it is. And it's not anything super special, unfortunately. It's a secret seashell, but since we already got 20 of them, now it's a chest with 20 rupees in. So let's take our flying rooster, float on over here, and we'll get this chest. And since I've already quoted H.C. Bailey in this LP, I might as well quote him again. 20 rupees is better than a sharp stick in the eye. But that's about it. Now then, let's head towards the mountains. And there's a little path up here that allows us to cross the river, and then we'll head up and see what we can do in the mountains now that we have this flying rooster. And yeah, let's go left. That should be quicker. Okay, up these steps, and then we'll be retracing some of the routes that we took before to get into the water dungeon, dungeon number 4, Angler's Tunnel, I think it was called. So let's head... Hi there, Mr. Owl. Yes, I know it's gonna be tough, but I'm up to it. And I think this is where we're gonna call it an episode, viewers. So next time we will continue towards dungeon number 7. So as always, thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. As we plummet into a pit already. Well, that is a good omen, isn't it, viewers? We just started playing and we're already making mistakes. Wonderful. Well, we are going to be heading through Death's Mountain, essentially, which is very similar to Link to the Past. And basically that is for us to be able to access the last couple of dungeons of this game. And we can actually get to a couple of things now that we couldn't before. Now, we could have used our hook shot to get across here, but I figured I might as well just wait and get these 50 rupees with the flying rooster. Now, I don't think I can push either of these blocks. No. So we're just going to use our little flying friend here to circumvent and get around these different walking areas, and also keep us from having to use our Pegasus boots to get through here. Well, that works out pretty well. And this route might look familiar because it's basically the route that we took to get to dungeon number 4, which was the Angler's Tunnel, if you remember. And that's because we had to jump down from here to get into the dungeon. Well, we're going to continue onward. And we're going to head up these steps and see what we can find up here in the mountains. That rock is a different color. That was kind of weird. Ow. There's not a ton going on up here, but we will be going up to that house in a little bit. First, let's explore this cave area. Ah, weird. So again, all of this you could have managed to get through before with various items that you had in your inventory. But the next room, actually, we wouldn't have been able to get through except with our flying rooster. See that? Yeah, we need to use this guy to get around this corner. And this takes us to the key to access the 7th dungeon. That is the bird key, I think. Yes. I am correct. Imagine that. And that's pretty much what we need the bird for. Now he's just cake at this point. We don't really need him anymore. We can get the rest of the way to the dungeon. But we're going to explore a little bit first. And of course, I'm going to abuse him. Not in the animal abuse sort of way, but in the overusing sort of way. I'm not sure there's anything up here. I think it's just, yeah, dead end. Let's just show you where the key is. So we'll head out of here and we'll see what was in that house that was outside. And you may wonder, you know, how are you supposed to know to get this flying rooster? And, well, one of the ways was the phone call with Orira. And the other way is actually to talk to the guy inside this house. Now remember, Terran kind of looks like Mario. Well, this guy, if you ask me, kind of looks like Luigi. And he's supposed to give you a hint about the rooster, which is supposed to guide you and help you to figure out that basically you have to find him and use him. And I'm not sure there's anything along this northern path, but we'll check it out anyway, just in case. This is very reminiscent of Link to the Past, kind of with the Death Mountain area. You're an enemy, aren't ya? Ow, of course. Now, I'm wondering, I think there might have been a secret seashell up here somewhere. But now that we have the level 2 sword, obviously they all changed. So I'm not sure if it just disappeared. Get out of my way, stupid rooster. So we'll head back, and we will continue onward. We'll be going to the left eventually, but for now, we're going to head back towards the east. And that will take us to the 7th dungeon, which is actually called Eagle's Tower, or Eagle's Nest, or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. We have to do a little bit more cave diving, or spelunking first. And that's a suspicious spot in the wall, isn't it? Let's get our bombs out. They didn't try to hide this one too much. Ugh. Let's get up these stairs. Oh, this is an interesting room up here. You'll notice all these chests, and from this direction, there's no way you can open all 5 of them in one go. And that's what you need to do, because as soon as you start opening some of them, the ones you don't open will actually become basically unopenable, if that's a word. So you actually have to come at it from below, and I think that was a secret seashell too. But now we can access all the chests, and all they have is 20 rupees in them, so it's not a big deal. But if you do want to get all 5, you do have to go out and come back in. Because otherwise, you'll only be able to get 4 of them. So, I guess it's worth it to get the 100 rupees. Let's do this, and then that, and then that. And that should let us get all of them. Awesome. Although rupees at this point, kind of pointless. We don't really have a ton left to buy. In fact, there's not really anything left to buy other than to just stock up on supplies like arrows and bombs. We're pretty much set for the end of the game. And we're getting closer and closer to Dungeon 7. So a couple more caves to get through. Stupid piece. Die. And even now, I just can't resist the temptation of picking up rupees, even though I don't need them at all. It's just so hard to get rid of that habit. Ooh, that wall can be bombed. Wonder what's in there. We shall find out soon enough. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Run away from the slimes. Yeah, let's head this way. So, you can use the rooster to get across down there at the bottom, or you can use your hook shot to get across at this point. And then just jump. And now we're at the bottom here. And this piece of power, but it'll go away if I go inside the caves, so. This is a fairy. So in here is a great fairy who will hopefully restore our hearts. And I need to close my eyes and relax. Well, of course. Oh yeah. That feels good. You certainly know how to get rid of my stress and tension, Great Fairy. Thank you. And of course I appreciate the non-Ocarina of Time screech that the Great Fairy likes to emit. That thing still haunts my nightmares. So we need to continue through these caves, of course. And here we are at the top. So basically what we have to do is come over here to the east, put in our key, and presto. The whole tower is going to spin around like that, and of course we couldn't have just walked behind the tower to get to that. Oh well. But welcome, viewers, to one of the most convoluted and annoying dungeons in the game. So if you want to get everything in this dungeon, you have to do a lot, and it takes a long time to do it. I am not going to be doing that. I am going to be showing you guys the quickest route that I've been able to find, which allows us to get all of the important stuff. And so I will not be exploring this dungeon in depth. I will not 100% it. I am just going to get through it as quickly as possible. And now with the boomerang, we can get this treasure chest already. Now normally you have to go around and figure out how to get to this from below. But with the boomerang, we can bypass all of that. And here's the crux of the dungeon. We need to find a way to take this little steel ball with us and use it. So throw it against the wall here to get it over the rocks, and then let's pull this little switch. Why do we need a steel ball? Well, this dungeon is pretty unique in that it has a bunch of pillars that we have to destroy. And this will make the upper levels of the dungeon accessible, otherwise we can't get to them in the boss. And we have chess pieces. Now this is not vital, it's to get the map, but I figure I'll give it a shot. See if I can get it to work or not. Yeah. My sworn enemy. Come on. One time. Yes. Alright. There we go. Not too bad. 4 or 5 throws. Now then, let's start working on these pillars. So let's go back and get our steel ball, bring it with us, and we'll take out pillar number 1. And there's 4 in total. To be very careful with the steel ball, because if it falls off the screen and goes through one of those pits, for example, you lose it, and it actually will end up teleporting back to its original location on that little pedestal. So we have to figure out how to move it around by hitting crystal switches and doing all sorts of stuff in this dungeon. So let's progress, and I will show you guys how to use it here to take out pillar number 2. Mostly we're going to be using our Rock's Feather and our level 2 power bracelet. But there we go, we're halfway. Now, don't let that fool you, though. The first 2 pillars are pretty easy to get to. The second 2, much more difficult. So let's head towards pillar number 3. Push this block, pick it up, and there it is, but we can't get to it just yet. Instead, we have to come up here to the north, and this next room has the compass in. But to get it, you have to kill off these little suit guys, and I hate those guys, so I am not going to do that. The compass is not worth it. Little bastards. So now we have to find a way through the dungeon to get over there so we can use the steel ball. So I'm going to show you how to do that. First, we have to hit the crystal switch again. So this will allow us to access the original room we came up in. Next to where the level 2 shield was, the mirror shield. And the point of that is, like the mirror shield in Link to the Past, it lets you block laser beams. So let's bypass by using our boomerang again. And there's a lot of keys you can actually collect in this dungeon, but they're really irrelevant. I mean, they let you get to treasure chests and stuff with like rupees in, but why can't I avoid getting rupees? But yeah, at this point, oh, I hate these guys. There's not really any reason to do it. So here's the first mini-boss, our good friend, and a little bit more difficult with these pits. But the boomerang is super powerful, so he was not hurt at all. Alright, so these suit guys we have to actually get, because they are going to unlock a box that we're going to need to use to get to the last pillar. So we have to try to get them together so that we can get them all with the same suit. It's easiest to do that if you just charge your sword and you can get them to all get around you, because otherwise if you do one at a time, it's really hard to time it. So this could take a while. Ugh, come on. So if I can't get it here in the next couple of tries, which I might not. What I will do is just fast forward until I actually get it. Alright, we'll try it a few more times. And I'll save you guys the rest. If it... Whoa, what the hell? Okay, I guess I got it. Even though it gave me the incorrect sound, apparently it worked. Alright, so we have another room with floor tiles that we have to dodge. Luckily we have our massive shield now that takes up half our body. Seriously, that's like a major upgrade. The original shield was like the size of one of our feet. And now this shield is like half our entire body. That's crazy. But here is pillar number 3. But first, let's blow some holes in the wall so that we can get to pillar number 4 eventually. So yes, we're going to have to go all the way around eventually again just to get to pillar number 4. But first, let's take out 3. Alright, so now to get to 4, we have to go back along the route we already did and retrace our steps one more time. And we'll take our good friend with us, the steel ball. Kind of like the old classic ball and chain. Huck it down here. And the key is we need it on the other side of this little crystal switch down here so we can take it with us. Basically along that route we've already done. So let's throw it down here and retrace our steps. You do want to be very careful because if you fall in the pit here, you're going to fall down to the first level. And that resets the steel ball, so you're going to have to redo it. Hey, I avoided a rupee. That's pretty impressive. Showed a lot of restraint on my part. So let's use our boomerang again. Such a great item. Definitely worth trading the shovel for. Alright, and since we already took out those suit guys, we should be able to just walk past here, go through the room, and we should be good to go. Ugh. Or they can come back and respawn so that we have to do it again. Game. And then I hit them both at the same time, and it doesn't even stop them on the same suit. This is frustrating. So how many times is it going to take, viewers? Can we get it? Ugh. I think that was 4. Come on. Yes! Alright. Thank goodness. Now we're done with those guys for good. Or at least for now. This game likes to respawn and redo elements like that in later dungeons. So we might have to see those guys again. Who knows? Well, I know. But you'll find out once we get there. Yes, yes, we've done this already. Okay. So now let's take our bomb path. We'll destroy pillar number 4, and that will be it for the first part of dungeon number 7. 20 rupees, not bad. Once we get rid of this pillar, that'll set off a cool little cutscene. And then, in my next episode, we will continue on and take on the boss of Eagle's Nest, or Eagle's Tower, or whatever it is. As always, viewers, thank you for watching, and I will see you all in my next episode. So long. Hello everybody, this is the thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So last time we finished off the first part of the dungeon number 7, Eagle's Tower, and that was to knock down 4 pillars that kept the upper reaches of this dungeon out of our grasp. And in this episode, what we're going to do is finish off the mini-boss of this dungeon, the second one actually, and also take on the boss of this dungeon. So, to get up to the upper levels and fight the mini-boss, all we have to do is head up these stairs right here. And it's actually not that far to get to him. All we have to do is go around a couple corners. And there he is. Don't call me a runt. You're a runt. So this guy doesn't really do the fighting himself. What he does is he sends a bunch of bats at you, and all you have to do is kill them all off. So swing your sword like a madman, and there you go. That's it. Definitely not one of the more difficult mini-bosses, for sure. And all we do, and all we get from that, is the Nightmare Key. But we still have to push these blocks and solve this simple puzzle to get it. Because beating that mini-boss was not enough. Maybe the designers realized it was pretty easy to beat him. Now I've heard that if you don't kill off those bats the first time through, they become harder to get. But I've always been able to beat them the first time, so... Hello, Goombas. And that's pretty much it. All we have left is the boss. Now, obviously there are other rooms, but as I mentioned in my last episode, I am not exploring this dungeon in depth. There's nothing really worthwhile other than some rupees, and guardian acorns. So that's about it. I'm gonna head up and fight the boss. And like dungeon number 4, was it? We get to actually fight the boss in side-scrolling fashion. So this guy again. Again, he does not directly attack us. Instead, he summons this big buzzard. Or eagle, I guess. It looks more like a buzzard to me. And all you gotta do is slash him in the beak. So he's gonna come at you from various directions. You just gotta wait and slash him when he comes by. Now, he does have a couple other attacks. But we'll talk about those when he does them. Here's one of them. He's gonna try to blow you off of the tower, and if he succeeds, you'll have to redo the whole fight. Kind of Moldorm-like. So all you have to do is use your level 2 shield to block his wind. So hopefully you picked it up earlier in the dungeon. When he does this, he's gonna swoop down at you, so just slash away like crazy. Block his wind. And you should do okay. And in fact, I haven't been hit yet, which is pretty surprising. Wow. Okay, that went really well. Usually I fall off a couple times. And we get the same song and dance from this guy. If we wake the windfish, everything will disappear. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, we got that. And now to get the instrument, like dungeon number 4, we have to head back inside. And now that door's open. So what instrument this time? A piano? An organ? It's probably my favorite one. I really like the sound of that. The music of the ocarina leads to what? Well, anyway, you'll notice we don't have our flying rooster companion anymore. We'll be getting to him very soon. But in the meantime, I do want to show off the last area on the map that basically we have to go to clear the map and make sure we get to every single spot on the map. And that is the river raft ride. But first, I'm going to stock up on some supplies because we also have one more dungeon to do. So I'm going to head back to Mabe Village. And we're going to buy some bombs. Because we've been using up quite a few of them throughout our adventure. And as I mentioned a couple episodes ago, you don't really get that many as drops or in chests or anything like that throughout the game. They're pretty rare. So hello, shopkeep. I'm going to spend some of my hundreds of rupees that I don't need on upgrading my bombs. And we're going to get close to max. So I'm going to get 3 rounds of 10 to get about 58 or 59, whatever it is. So enjoy this money while you can, because if all these creatures are correct and you're all a dream, well, you're gonna disappear and the money isn't gonna do you much. But we'll see. Maybe they're just all kidding, just trying to stop us by lying. They are evil and nefarious, so I wouldn't put it past them. And now to get to the raft ride, let's use this little teleporter. Kill this guy on the way down. And also watch out for these lakes. Because we definitely don't want to lose the level 2 shield. That is vital, and we do need it to access the last dungeon. Alright, so here's the raft ride. I do want to challenge the river rapids. How would I go about that? Okay, I'll have to step in here. And it's 100 rupees. Well, that's not too bad. For a rapids ride. Should be fun. Make sure you equip your feather. And you can actually cheese and cheat this by bringing the flying rooster with you. So while you're heading to Dungeon 7, if you do this then instead, basically what will happen is you can pick up the rooster and fly around the screen. And your little raft won't progress until you come back to it. So I'm going to try to get all of these screens on my map so that they're filled in. And that was a secret seashell from before. And here's another one. I think that's it. That was all the locations of them. I don't know what this owl statue's talking about. Some secret. Surprise, surprise, there's stuff in this game that I'm not aware of. And we are going to have to do this twice to make sure we get all the screens. But I'm going to try to get as many as I can the first time through. And also, just for the heck of it, I'm going to grab as many rupees as I can too. So swing down here to get this screen, come back up, and then we'll head to the right and down, and that'll be it for the ride. Of course, grabbing some rupees as we go by. There's not really anything of too much consequence in here, as you can see. I mean, it's the secret seashells if you really want to get them. And if you haven't found 20 by now. But obviously, if you've been following my walkthrough, you found 20 quite a while ago. And this cave takes us right back up to the top. So we're going to do it one more time, get the last couple of screens that we missed, and then we'll head towards dungeon number 8. Yes, one more time. Thank you. Here we go. So as you can see, we just need 3 more screens. Stupid lakes. So we'll head down this first little waterfall. And that'll get us through the 3 screens that we need. Get it? No. Why'd I have to miss all those rupees? Oh, and all those. Oh well. So we're almost done, viewers. Can you believe it? One more dungeon to go. And then we'll head over to the Windfish and we'll see what all this hubbub is about. Kinda hard to believe. Seems like I just started this a little while ago. Alright, so I'm gonna head back up to the hen house and I'll meet you guys up there so you don't have to watch me go all the way up there. So I will see you again in a little bit. And there's our good pal, the Flying Rooster. He found a home. And for once, Luigi gets something cool that Mario doesn't. Although I guess in Luigi's Mansion, he did get a vacuum cleaner. So that's kinda cool. Alright, so let's head across the bridges up here. Head towards dungeon number 8, and hi, Marin. Well, that wasn't very nice of them. You stand right there, and I will be right over. Ha! Gotcha. You're welcome. Yes. What's that? Awkward pause. Guess he didn't feel comfortable seeing her up here with us. Even though we just saved her. Oh, hello. Well, maybe she did. Would that be so bad? That's what you're trying to get me to do. Huh. Give life to the unliving stone. Interesting. Well, thank you, owl. Hopefully I never see you again. No. That would be too good to be true. Alright, so now we can actually pick up the second to last heart piece. Let's use some of our recently acquired bombs to get through this wall down here. Ah. And I guess I'll kill this enemy. Ow. Come here, jerk. Luckily I got a fairy out of that. That worked out well. And here's the heart piece that we saw long ago. One more to go. Let's backtrack. Jeez, dodge these stupid skull guys. And yeah, let's head down these stairs. Not a ton to see. Couple enemies. We have to do some hook shotting. But other than that, smooth sailing. And now we were on, of course, the classic mountain area with the little rocks that come down at you. This goes all the way back to Zelda 1. Kind of an homage to that. Jeez. Luckily we can use our shield to block them. And I don't remember if there's anything underneath these rocks or not. Let me check. Nope. Let's be thorough. Okay. A chest. Huh. Alright, well, 50 rupees. Not bad. And yeah, let's jump down. Those last two spots to the east, we won't be getting till much, much later, after we finish up dungeon number 8. And this is the route we have to go through eventually. And I don't know if there's anything to the left down there. Actually, I might want to check that out, but yeah, that's a problem there. A little fire shooter. So that bars your progress if you haven't finished dungeon number 7, or at least got the level 2 shield. You're not going to be able to progress. That'll take you all the way back to the beginning area of the game. So obviously don't jump down there. So pull out your level 2 shield and let it protect you as you head through this fire. Nice. And that's basically what you need the level 2 shield for. That and the eagle boss. And we're at dungeon number 8 already. Just one more screen to go. Pretty crazy. And that's suspicious. Look at that head. It's blue. Alright, well we have to give life to the unliving rock. So let's play our Warts Mambo, or whatever the hell it's called. Oh geez. Huh. Yep, it becomes a dragon head. And it comes after us. We just slash away. Come on. Ow. Oh well. Got him anyway. And this gives us entry to dungeon number 8, which is actually called Turtle Rock. So in my next episode, we will take it on. So as always, viewers, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everybody, this is the thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. So in my last episode, I actually forgot to showcase a particular little event, and so what I did is a little bit of backtracking, and I'm going to show off at the beginning of this episode, before we take on Turtle Rock, the last of the Mad Batter locations for upgrades. So in my previous episodes, of course, I got my bombs and my magic powder upgraded, And now, by throwing some magic powder onto this pedestal or altar, I can get my arrows upgraded. So hello, friend. It's been a while since we've seen you. Sorry I woke you up from a nap. I am ready. So let me carry more arrows. And obviously this is whatever's left over. If you chose arrows or bombs or whatever at the previous locations, then you'll get whatever's left. Alright, so now we're up to 60 arrows, and I will meet you guys back at Turtle Rock's entrance. So here we are at the last dungeon in this game, Turtle Rock, and I really like that it's kind of a homage to previous Zelda games with that Turtle Rock name. This is a very long and very frustrating dungeon. There's a lot of kind of twisting corridors, there's a lot of new mechanics like this little block filler. So you can control this guy with your control pad, and it will fill in blocks in whatever route that it's on. Now that's going to come in to play in some of the rooms in this dungeon, because in order to get these special items, you have to actually fill in the entire floor. And we have our map already. It's cool. So I will definitely point that out when we get to those points. But in the meantime, let's take a little underground path. Now, this dungeon is also infamous for having numerous kind of underground paths that will turn you all around and take you to different parts of the dungeon. Now, I'm trying to, again, like Eagle's Tower, do this as efficiently as possible. So I'm not going to be exploring the dungeon 100%. There's a couple chests I'm not going to be getting that have rupees and such in. And since those aren't really useful to me at this point, since we're so close to the end of the game, I'll just be skipping them. But there are also a lot of keys to get in this dungeon, so I'm going to make sure to showcase those as much as I can. Now, instead of having a mini-boss by itself, this dungeon also makes you refight all of the mini-bosses from a lot of the previous dungeons. So this annoying little guy that we had a lot of trouble with previously, hopefully we'll beat him a little bit quicker this time. Dodge and jeez, hit him. Pick it up. Come on, stop moving around, you little jerk. Alright, one more. There we go. Alright, so if you head north, that's a little underground route again. And the stone slab is in there. So basically, it'll tell you that you need to fill in the floor with these little floor fillers. And so all you got to do is change the direction of it. And if you mess up, just exit and come back in. And follow a particular route to fill in the entire floor. So I'm going to be showcasing what that route is. So we almost got this, a little bit farther. Come on. Stop making me look foolish. And you gotta kind of time it well. Make sure you anticipate the turns. There we go. Now, my pride requires me to say that the software that I'm using to record this, stupid slime, has about a millisecond or split-second delay in between what I'm seeing and the actions through my controller. So I'm going to blame that for that struggle. And I have to take this Guardian Acorn, don't I? Oh well. It should cancel out eventually, especially since we have to fight another mini-boss through this door. Ow. Ow. Hello, buddy. You guys know the drill. Boomerang him 4 times and he's dead. You weren't much of a fight. Come here, fairy. Alright. And this dungeon, when you look at the map, it kind of looks like a turtle, which is kind of neat. Ugh. And these are easy compared to the big one. To get the Nightmare Key, you have pretty much a whole room that you have to fill in. So I'm not looking forward to that. If I'm struggling this much right now, that room is going to be a pain in the ass. I might as well get that. Cooperate. There we go. Like I said, not really anything to buy at this point. If you do need it, you can obviously buy more magic potion. I haven't died yet in this game, so I haven't used up my original potion that I bought back around Dungeon 2. And he did not last very long. So I'm going to start by going south here. There we go. And this should be the compass. So now we just need the Nightmare's key and a couple extra keys too, small keys. There's a lot of key blocks and a lot of locked doors in the later parts of this dungeon. So let's head back in here, head north, and we'll have a very frustrating fight. We have to kill that little winged guy, and he's hard to kill. Ow. Especially when he knocks you into a pit. Come here, Bubble. Oh, well that worked. Okay, sweet. Got the key. So, let's head back to the entrance. Now that we have a couple keys that allow us to access a couple new areas in the dungeon. After we do a little bit of backtracking. And of course, enemies respawn, so kind of keep that in mind. Alright. So up here, now we need to go north and to the right a little bit, so into this little space here. And you want to push the right block. And that'll let you access this key block, and then the rest of the dungeon through this key door over here. Which is why we needed 2 keys. That looks like a reverse N. The pots, that is. So a lot of these steps don't really go anywhere. They kind of take you on loops again around the dungeon, kind of getting you confused, trying to mess you up. And in this room, we have to actually, well, you don't have to blow up all the rocks, but you need to kill all the enemies. And I want to blow up all the rocks to show you that, see that arrow on the ground? Yeah, we ultimately have to go left, but we need to get a couple more keys first. So you really need to keep in motion in this room, because if you stop, what'll happen is you see the cracks in the floor, those will break and drop you into a pit. Like that. Dang it. Well, now I can go get that heart. Silver lining. Alright, so don't get messed up by this mini-boss in here. We cannot kill these guys yet. If you do, the chest will actually appear in the upper right there on the upper level. So we have to actually exit the dungeon. Stupid lava. And come back in on the upper level there, and that'll allow us to actually kill those enemies and then get the chest, which is another small key. Alright. So this is a mechanic that you all should be familiar with. And that is to shoot a arrow into the eye of the statue. That gets us another key. And there's one more key for us to get in this area. Let's restock. And let's head to the left up here. And that's in that chest there. Let's get our shield out. We can block these laser beams. Ow. And now, because we did that, we have to actually exit off to the left and south to reset those blocks so that we can get back to the entrance. That room down there, once we get the special item for this dungeon, we'll head back there. For now, we can't do anything in it. So let's head back this way, and let's head up these steps. And hey, look, it's the final heart piece. Protected by a crow. Or a buzzard, I guess. So there we go. All the heart pieces. Which means once we finish this dungeon, we will have a full health meter. another teleporter, which is basically useless because it's only for this dungeon. And ultimately, this is what we needed. Mini-boss time. So we have to throw bombs down to try to hit these guys and get them to swallow 3 each. You want them walking towards you, and if you can actually catch them in the corner down there, in this area, they'll get stuck, and then you can just repeatedly throw bombs at them. Alright, 1 down. Now you can't set another bomb until the first one explodes. So keep that in mind. If you miss, you do have to wait for the first one to explode. 1 more. That should do it. Sweet. Another key. We are stockpiling those. Hop down, run around. Ow. Stupid zombies or mummies or whatever the heck they were. I think they were mummies. You don't see mummies very much in horror movies these days, do ya? Vampires are big right now. Zombies are big. Although not your classic brain zombies. But mummies have kind of dropped out of existence. It's too bad. Classic horror films, you had mummies, you had Wolfman, you know, those good guys. Well, they weren't good, but you know what I mean. Good to watch. Alright, let's time this. Jeez, get up there. Ow. Oh, that didn't work. This time. And I'm just gonna wait. Patience is a virtue. And then this one's a little bit easier, although I almost overshot it. Alright, there we go. So we need to get that chest, which is the special item. And we get the unique mini-boss for this dungeon, the boxer guy. So just charge up your sword, go near him, and then do a circular slash. And there we go, not too tough. And to get to the chest, we actually need to find a crystal switch. So we're gonna head back to the entrance. And I'm gonna show you right where it is. It's not very far away. Aw, piece of power. What a waste. So just push this up and head right this time. And like classic Zelda games, Zelda 1 specifically, a lot of these walls can actually be bombs so that you can go through them to create shortcuts. So here's our crystal switch. So now we just gotta head back, go through that teleporter again, and then we can get the special item of this dungeon. Any guesses what it is, viewers? Any classic Zelda items that we haven't gotten yet? Well, there's one. Pretty famous one, and a pretty awesome one from the past games. That's the magic wand. Or rod, I guess. You can burn things. Burn it! Burn, baby, burn! They're a little obsessed, it seems. So yeah, you have unlimited ammo with this magic wand, and it sets things on fire. So you don't have to worry about a magic meter or anything like that, like in Link to the Past. And now that we have that, we can access some areas we couldn't before. So first, we gotta pick up a key. So a room that we saw a little bit previously. I'm just gonna slash this guy very quickly. It seems silly to have these mini bosses considering they're so easy to kill at this point. But with this magic wand, we can now light up these 2 torches in this room to the north, which we couldn't do before. There we go. And we get a small key. Necessary to get the Nightmare's key. Which is kind of weird because in a lot of the previous dungeons, we didn't have to kind of get the Nightmare's key like super last of the items. But this one, you have to pretty much beat the entire thing before you get to the Nightmare's key. And we actually have one more mini-boss to take on. This area is mini boss crazy. Ah, ice. As you might expect. Magic rod makes short work of it. Now they get a little tricky. So you have to actually jump and use it to form some stairs. And this is what it says if you touch it and you don't have the magic wand. But here we go. Here's our key we needed. And mini boss time. Does this guy look familiar? Which dungeon was he from again? Is that Angler's Tunnel or Catfish's Maw? I don't remember. I think it was Angler's Tunnel. I'm just gonna wait over here. Alright. And once we beat this guy, it's the crappy room that you have to finish most of the room with that stupid block puzzle. So I'm gonna probably struggle with that, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna fast forward until I succeed. So I'll see you in a bit. Attempt number 6. Come on, let's do this. No silly hitting the wall. No silly stopping in the middle of nowhere. Come on. Come on. Yes. Nightmare's key. Last special item. Now we just have to figure out how to get to the boss. And that's actually a pretty quick trip, so let's use our ocarina to go back to the entrance. And there's one more path that we have to take that will send us underground and also require us to do a little bit of puzzle solving with some ice blocks. Not too bad. But it can be frustrating. We'll see how it goes. Very repetitive dungeon, kind of requiring you to go over the same area over and over again. Kind of annoying. But still a pretty awesome dungeon. Alright, so here we have to actually use our brain a little bit. So we need to get to the left up there, which means we have to drop from above and use our magic wand. And once we figure this out, we're actually going to be right at the boss of this dungeon, which I'm not going to have enough time to finish off in this episode. So I will do that in my next episode, which, if I think about it, that's a nice little homage to my Link to the Past LP. Since in Turtle Rock there, I left it on a cliffhanger too in Turtle Rock. Okay, now I just got to drop through there. Bingo. Now you got to be careful with this one. You don't want to kill your steps that you need to take. So you just have to do it twice, here and then there. And in my next episode, viewers, we will take on the final boss of Turtle Rock, get the last instrument, and then head towards the end of the game. So as always, thank you for watching, and I will see you all next time for the finale. So long. Hello everybody, this is thejonnymar, and welcome back to my walkthrough of Link's Awakening. And we are getting right into a boss battle here with the Dungeon Master of Turtle Rock, the final dungeon. So all you have to do is stand in this area, try not to get hit, which I'm not doing a great job of, and blast him with the magic rod. Now he will recover slightly if he manages to fall back into the lava, so you want to try to hit him as many times as you can, as quickly as you can. Ow. And he does a lot of damage, and I'm down to half a heart. Is this it? Am I gonna die? Oh no. No, I'm not. False alarm. Yeah, he did have a little extra form there, but we took him out so fast you probably didn't see much of it. And yes, we're in the dream too. We'll see how that all plays out. Man, half a heart left. It's crazy. Look at that, full health meter. That's always a nice little accomplishment in any Zelda game. And it's a drum for the final instrument. The Thunder Drum. Well, that was nice. Probably my least favorite of the instruments. But yeah, what's left? Oh, of course, we have to go to the egg. We have now all of the instruments, which means we can finally, hopefully, wake up the windfish. But there is a little secret that we must do first in order to succeed. Now, if you remember way back, earlier in the LP, we did a trading sequence, and as part of that trading sequence, when we finished it, we got the magnifying glass, or lens of truth, essentially. And that's going to let us read a book in the library from Mabe Village that was the one book we couldn't read earlier in the game. And that book is important because in the windfish area, we're going to be thrust into a maze of sorts, and in order to know what direction to go, what we're going to have to do is look in that book and get the actual directions we need. First, I'm going to show you the classic chicken trick. So like previous Zelda games, if you abuse a chicken too much, basically what happens is, as you might expect, the chicken gets revenge on you by calling in a bunch of its brethren and sisterin. I don't think that's a word, but whatever. Oh man. A little bit of slowdown. Get in the house. Okay. Sorry, chickens. I'll leave you alone. But let's head over to the library. And the characters have new dialogue at this point. Marin says she really enjoys meeting you, and she's glad she did. But here's the book we need. Dark Secrets and Mysteries of Koholint Island. Of course we want to read it. Round and round the passages of the egg. Left up, right up, left up, right up. So this is uniquely determined. There are a couple of different patterns that the game can actually assign. That is determined, I think, once you start the game. So your path might be similar, but it might be different. So you do want to check that out in your game, because it might be different, and then you're going to get stuck in the egg. And basically, you're not going to get anywhere. But that's it. Now all we have to do is head up to the egg. We should be able to wake the windfish, and that'll be the end of this game. Hard to believe. And it's also hard to believe I fell in that stupid pit. Come on, Link. Don't fall apart now. And I actually never activated, I don't think anyway, the sequence from the stairs right below the egg. There's an owl sequence, and we all know how much I love talking to the owl. But I figured I'd save it for now. Well, I know that. We're trying to wake him up, aren't we? Yeah, I know. That's what you keep telling me. Tamaranch. And unfortunately, we're gonna get another owl sequence here in a second after we play this little tune. And I'll let it kind of speak for itself. Boom! Hello, owl. Have you figured out how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop yet? Sorry, am I dating myself with that reference? Alright, well, we're not quite done yet. We have to head in here to the windfish egg. There's a pit we have to fall into. And now we need to use our directions. So do you remember what they were, viewers? Left, up, and then right up, and then repeat. Left up, right up. And is that it? Are we done? Maybe. Let's jump down here. It looks like a whale. Oh no. Nightmares aren't happy that we're here. Their job was to keep the windfish asleep so they could control this island forever. So we have one final boss encounter to take on, which is actually a pretty awesome fight. Let's rumble. So there's the nightmare, the shadow. And it's gonna change forms. There's numerous forms that we have to beat. So the first form, we have to use our magic powder to harm. No other weapon will hurt it. If you try to slash it with your sword, it'll just kind of spread apart and disappear for a second and come back. You gotta hit them 3 or 4 times, and then it'll advance to the next form. Okay, I think we're on the next form. And it is Aghanim. We'll flash back to Link to the Past. So hit the energy balls back at him to damage him. And he actually will use one of the other attacks that Aghanim from Link to the Past can use, and that is the little force ball that splits into multiple parts. Like that. Now hopefully we don't get stuck, because sometimes he gets stuck in a little bit of a pattern where he keeps using it over and over, and it prolongs the fight much longer than it has to be. Come on, energy ball. Thank you. One more, I think. Energy ball. Dang it. Stop being stupid. Cooperate. If I can bounce it with my shield, or at least protect myself if he does it again. No. Well, it was a good idea, but not a one that works in execution. Yes, there we go. Alright, next form. My least favorite boss, Moldorm. Now, fortunately, we don't have a pit that it can knock us into and force us to refight him, so all we have to do is stay away from him and hit him about, I don't know what it is, 7 times, maybe 8 times in the tail. And I'm going to use my feather, obviously, to dodge him best I can. I like how his tail is shaped like the eyes of the shadow. Pretty freaky looking. Got white on black for his eyes. Alright, you have permission to die now. Ow. Alright. What's next? Ganon! So is this it then? And perhaps you wouldn't think of this, but you actually have to use the Pegasus boots to run into him while dodging his staff and bats. And no arrows or anything, which, you know, I got stuck on him for a long time when I first played this game, because I basically tried every item that I had except the Pegasus boots. Alright, there's Ganon. But the music is still going, which means that must not be it. Nope, you gotta hit him with the magic rod. And is that it? Changing my items probably spoils that a little bit. Oh no, here's the real final boss. So I'm gonna cheese this and use my boomerang, which is a one-hit kill if you time it correctly. Get him! Yes! Now you can also use your arrows, but that takes much longer to beat him. Yes, I know, you keep telling me this world is going to disappear. Now we're going to find out if that's the case. Good. I'm glad I'm finally done. And to end this in a cinematic sort of way, I'm going to get my sword and shield, these Zelda staples, and I'm going to do a little spin slash. Yeah! Alright, so let's see what the ending of this game has to offer us. What's going to happen? Is this really a dream, or were they just blowing smoke up our butts? What, are you the windfish owl? My wisdom, courage, and power, huh? Well, that syncs up with the Triforce legend. Ah, so the owl was part of the windfish's consciousness. Interesting. They certainly did. Well, I guess I came to save the island. I really just wanted to leave. You're welcome. My work is also done, so let me leave, please. I've got Hyrule to go back to. And a beautiful princess. Oh my god. That is freaky looking. That's the windfish. It's not a fish. It's a whale, apparently. Very interesting design, isn't it? But verily, it be the nature of dreams to end. So yeah, apparently those nightmares were telling the truth. Once he wakes up, this whole place is going to disappear. Hopefully that doesn't mean we're going to disappear too. We are a different color than the rest of the world, so maybe that means we won't. Yes, okay. Let us awaken together. How do we do that? Of course. Ballad of the Windfish. Let me get my ocarina. Oh, or not. Wow. Kind of chilling. Especially... Whoa. Okay. Especially seeing Marin disappear like that. But now what? It's not good to stare directly at the sun, Link. You'll blind yourself. So that's what's left of our ship. One log. Well, at least we survived. And somehow we found another log. And I guess we're just gonna sit here. Wait for someone to save us. And then we get an eclipse with the windfish flying in front of the sun. Hopefully not Icarus-like. Look at this stupid expression that Link gets on his face. Gets better. Well, I'm glad you're so happy with the disappearance and destruction of that entire world, Link. I'm sad, personally. I liked that world. It was nice. But that's it. That is the game. That is Link's Awakening. And because we actually finished the game without dying, I think. Not sure I died at all during this playthrough. We should get a special little scene at the end with the ending screen. We'll see if that works out or not. But that is the completion of my second favorite Zelda game and my second Let's Play of the Zelda series. So now I have completed Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, which leaves a couple more for games that I've beaten quite a few times. I still have Zelda 1 to go through and also Ocarina of Time. Haven't played much Zelda 2, but I do want to beat that at some point, so that'll be an interesting Let's Play. And I do eventually want to get to the later games in the series. I played some Majora's Mask, but really haven't touched Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword much, so those will be fun. More blind playthroughs when I get to them. But as always, viewers, I hope you enjoyed this walkthrough. I hope I was able to provide you with some entertainment as we saw this journey that Link was on through this apparently imaginary world, waking the windfish. And for those of you that were watching it as a walkthrough, I hope I was helpful and able to guide you through the tricky parts of this game. So, as always, viewers, thank you so much for watching this. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you all in my next video. And we'll get to see if we get our special little scene at the end. The end. Aw, and there's Marin. Alright, so long. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please press like and leave a comment below. Please also subscribe to my channel and press the notification bell. See you next time.